Akatira I o koutunga wehenga atu nei kamini atu kia koutunga manu ki ori ori. Ataino wake rā kia koe nā te kariki tuku e te timataponga te rā. Me mihi ka tika kia koutou ko whakatina na hia e koutou tō tāku nei tikanga e roto I ngā rā ko pahuri ake nei o te rā ka hāpangia tonu tia o tātou nei whakapono I roto I ngā rā ko pahuri ake nei. Tēnā poto.
That's Mariah Kako. Good morning again, and we're now on day 3 of hearings of the draft Napier-Hastings Future Development Strategy. Before we start with submitters this morning, I'll just do a recap of what we did yesterday afternoon after hearing from submitters. We undertook further site visits around the region, and in particular we drove up through to Ahuriri and had a look at the airport site. We went further up to Whirinaki and had a look up there, including around the Esk Valley. We came back down and we had a look around the Napier HN4 sites around Riverbend Loop, then drove down the coast past Awatoto, inland through Clive, through to the Mr. Apple site, through Tomoana, and then back into Hastings. Tomorrow we will be undertaking further site visits in the morning, yet to be decided where that will be. Is there any matters that anyone wants to raise before we do start hearing from submitters this morning? No. Okay. So to thank the submitters who have appeared so far, who we have asked speaking notes from sending those through, and a reminder if anyone's listening online and who has already appeared to please make sure they do provide their speaking notes through to Caitlin. We'll start a little bit early, and I can see you there, Mr. Mackay. We have submitter 102 up first, Sun Properties, Russell Deacon, Pierre Dutoit, and Mr. Mackay as well, if you'd like to come forward. We have obviously read through your submission, and we have read through the material pre-circulated in advance. We did have the opportunity on Monday afternoon, well, some of us did drive past the site and have a look at the site, including the odouring site on the other side of the road as well, so we are familiar with where it is. So over to you, Mr. Mackay.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you, Madam Chair, and that's helpful to know that you have seen this site on Napier Road and also the odouring site, because the context of the two of them is quite important. I know that you've read all the evidence in the submission, so I take that as read. Obviously stand by what I've got in that evidence. So you will see in the evidence, taking into account what's in the officer's report, I've suggested that this Sun Properties site on Napier Road should be listed alongside the odouring site to give a combined capacity of 64 dwellings in the FDS. So the main criticism in the officer's report was that the Sun Properties site wasn't big enough to justify a listing in its own right. My concern with that is that you create anomalies when such a important direction of the FDS is to avoid highly productive land. And here we have a site that's immediately on the urban fringe, adjoining residential on one boundary, confined by the Karamu stream on another, and a arterial road on the other, and opposite land that's been rezoned for residential development. To exclude a site like that where it's covered in buildings and has no highly productive land values, but to be identifying land that does have orchards on or does have still highly productive land values, it just doesn't seem right to ignore a site where all that land value has been compromised. So that's really all I wanted to add to what you've received in writing. You've also received evidence from Mr. Dutoy on the architectural merits of what's been proposed on the site, which is a medium density development, which is consistent with the compact urban form direction. So that's really all I'd like to say. Mr. Deacon, have you got anything you'd like to add?
No, this is all a bit new to me, so especially to you, Phil, rather than...
So happy to take any questions, thank you.
Thank you. I've just got one. Through the Heretaunga Plains Urban Development Strategy, was this considered at that time through the reviews to be included?
No, it wasn't. So at that time it was still being used by Mr. Apple as a pack house, cool store. Russell, when did you take ownership?
It was almost 4 years ago.
Yes, so the last HPUD's review was 2016, 2017. So Mr. Deacon didn't take ownership until the early 2020s. Thank you.
A planning question from me, Mr. Mackay. What's the importance about including it in the FDS? What would be the advantage of doing so, given it is such a small site?
Yeah. Well, obviously, 29 dwellings is still relevant to the overall development capacity, but also it gives that higher order strategic document signal that the site is appropriate for urban development because of its current plains production zoning. The policies, objectives and policies of that zone are very restrictive to urban development. Regardless of that, we have put in a resource consent application. The timing of the panel's recommendations would certainly be useful. Do that resource consent application if you are minded to identify the site in the FDS as appropriate for future urban development.
Just getting down into the weeds more than I should. What's the activity status? Is it non-compliant?
Yes, absolutely. It's a non-complying resource consent, but because it all-in-one ownership and lends itself to a medium-density residential development, a resource consent seemed like a more appropriate approach than a private plan change.
Do you think it would be inconsistent with the other development areas signalled in the FDS that it wasn't congruent or adjacent to the Aerodrome site? Because there is a separation, isn't there, if we were to include it?
There is a separation, but I don't really see why that would be an issue. To me, it's just signalling that there are these other areas identified that are larger and contiguous as standalone future rezoning areas, but these two sites are basically anomalous to the existing plains production zonings and add development capacity, so it's just a way of, I guess, rounding off the existing urban fringe. And because both sites stand on their own for servicing, I think that's the main reason why it doesn't matter that they're not actually contiguous.
No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Mackay, and thank you, Mr. Deacon and Mr. Dutoit, for coming in and talking to us this morning.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Now we're running slightly ahead of time. We now have Metlife Retirement Villages Limited submitter 106. Good morning.
Morning.
So, submitter 106, if you'd like to introduce yourselves, and I have Metlife Retirement Villages allocated for half an hour to talk to us this morning.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the FDS site known as HN6. My name is Nature Wild and I am accompanied by a representative from Metlife Care Retirement Villages, Dylan, and Roger Whiffen, Director of Strategy Planning. So, Metlife Care owns a site within the Brookvale Structure Plan and is seeking resource consent for a retirement village on this land. Metlife also owns adjoining land identified as HN6, which is adjacent to this land, and has previously been identified within HPUDs and the FDS for future greenfield development. I wish to cover 2 points in Metlife Care's submission and in response to the officer's report. These are the amendment to recognise that stormwater solutions outside the FDS may be appropriate and that the timing of HN6 in terms of development. First up, we have stormwater. We support the amendment proposed in the officer's report to recognise flexibility for stormwater solutions outside of the FDS where this assists in realising potential yield capacity while reducing effects, as opposed to providing on-site stormwater servicing, which would have a negative effect on residential yield. We support the specific amendment proposed at page 133 of the officer's report and amend section 10.11 on page 67 of the FDS. In terms of timing, firstly, we agree with the recommendations in the officer's report regarding support for the inclusion of Metlife's site for future residential development. The FDS, as notified, shows HN6 and the adjoining land HN2B as the Arataki extension and describes it as unzoned greenfield development areas with a long-term priority of 11 to 30 plus years. Metlife Care's submission sought that the Arataki extension be identified as unzoned greenfield development areas within the short to medium term priority with a time frame between 0 to 10 years, not the 2 to 3 years as stated in the officer's report. This amendment is supported by the realistic time frame for development of this area, noting that Metlife Care is progressing a private plan change to rezone its land, and the CDL land is listed as a scheduled project in the Fast Track Approvals Act 2024. The officer's report notes both of these developments and that there is continued support to include these sites. However, it recommends no change to the long-term priority timeframe because these areas are not currently under development, nor identified in the long-term plan as needed or funded for growth within the next 30 years. In any event, the officer's report goes on to state that the developer may seek to bring timing forward. The council is aware that the adjacent Brookvale residential zone site, also owned by Metlife Care, is subject to a resource consent application for a retirement village, which is expected to be issued shortly. The council is also aware that Metlife Care's private plan change is in the final preparation stage to enable lodgement, and that the other major landowner, CDL Land, New Zealand Limited, seeks to proceed with development in the short term. Retaining the Arataki extension as long-term is inconsistent with what is occurring in practice. It makes no sense to make decisions on the FDS now that fails to recognise the appropriateness of development in this location. There is no basis to delay the timing for HN6 based on the long-term plan and funding to enable growth. In terms of servicing, the Metlife Care Village Resource Consent application includes provision for wastewater servicing, which has been designed in consultation with Council to also support HN6. Water availability and capacity has also been confirmed along Brookvale Road. The on-site services will be provided by the developer and capital contributions will be made to support capacity enhancement in the wider receiving networks. As such, the basis of the officer's recommendations to defer the timing of development to enable infrastructure funding is not justified. We request that in terms of development timing, that HN6 be identified as unzoned greenfield development areas within the short to medium term priority, with a time frame of 0 to 10 years. The amendment required to give effect to this change is in Appendix A to Metlife Care's submission. An amendment to 10.12 for staging and prioritisation and Figure 23. We submit that this approach is consistent with the currently imminent Metlife Care development plans and the development program and is not inconsistent with the officer's comment that balance of HN6 be identified as deferred general residential zoning, and recognition that in practice the timing could be brought forward. Based on the knowledge of Council for the development timeframes for the Arataki extension area, the timeframe in the FDS must be amended to be realistic. We thank you for your time and consideration of HN6.
Thank you, Misha. That's great. That's the technical ask, and that's what we want. I'm now about to tell you what we can offer. So my name's Dylan, as Misha mentioned. I work for Metlife Care. Metlife Care is a New Zealand retirement village operator, foreign owned, but certainly operates in New Zealand and was established in about 1984. Has villages nationwide from Kirikiri down to Wanaka. Each village we design and develop is bespoke and designed to integrate within its surrounding environment. These retirement village companies sometimes get a bit of a bad perception, but we do genuinely put our residents first and try and create villages that enrich their lives. We currently provide homes to 6,700 New Zealanders. We've got 36 villages across the country, 18 aged care, residential aged care homes as part of those retirement villages. We've got 12 new villages in development, one of those being in Havelock North. Havelock North appears to be a particularly desirable location for people wanting to retire, given its access to social and healthcare amenity, its climate, and generally the region. Our own research and council's research seems to verify the need for more retirement villages in this region, and that's why we find Havelock North certainly appealing. We started to acquire land in the Brookvale Road HN6 area in 2021 and 2022. Been engaging with council since about 2023 on both the resource consent and the plan change application. That is soon to follow. The resource consent that's processing at the moment is for about 48 retirement village units and aged care, residential aged care home and some common amenity. And the rezoning of HN6 would enable us to expand that village further. As Misha mentioned, we've got the plan change application that we would like to submit in the very near future. We have got committed capital to the development of our Havelock North Retirement Village, which we'd like to start towards the end of the year. And the fundamental request we're making of the FDS panel is for the timing of that Arataki extension to be brought into the short to medium term. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll just see if we have any questions.
Thank you. We're all aware that councils have a lot of pressures on them in different directions in terms of provision of infrastructure and funding and timing and that sort of thing. And obviously that leads to, indicative timeframes for different areas of development in strategic documents like this FDS. But I have quite a bit of experience as a decision maker in various proposals for private plan change, for example, that might be out of sync with a document like this in terms of timing. Firstly, how influential is statements in something like an FDS to your decision making about when you want to go with a project, and how do you weigh that up? And so how influential is it in your decision to go for a project, and how influential is it in the outcome of your seeking a plan change or development?
Speaking simply on behalf of myself and Metlife Care, a document like the FDS is crucial in determining how and when we look to develop and even acquire new sites. So we've sort of noticed a trend for others to step outside of the FDS frameworks around the country, but for ourselves, for the time being, we're guided strongly by that FDS document.
Okay, thank you.
Have you had any discussions with the council about different arrangements to bring development forward, given if you have applied for a private plan change? That would generally be a matter that I would anticipate discussions having been had with the council.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I can respond to that. As indicated by Dylan, the first land acquisitions for Metlife at Brookvale commenced in 2021. At that time, a significant amount of due diligence work was done, which included engagements with Hastings District Council, both in terms of land within the Brookvale area, which at the time was deferred residential, but did have a scheduled date for uplifting of the deferral. The conversations with the council were surrounding the position of the extension land in HPUDs at that time, and the FTS process wasn't really on the radar. The land had been included in HPUDs for a considerable period of time, and all of the discussions indicated that servicing infrastructure was in plan and in train to service that extension area, despite the informal or its status in HPUDs as future residential. So Metlife invested in the purchase of that land based on that due diligence, which was best it could be done at the time. So that just reiterates the comments from Dylan that observing the direction in the strategic documents is a critical pathway for Metlife in identifying and securing land for future development.
I'm not sure you answered my question exactly, or maybe I didn't phrase it quite correctly. Have you been having discussions as part of lodging the private plan change in terms of the provision of infrastructure? Because certainly there's always opportunities for other vehicles for infrastructure provision rather than through the long-term plan.
The short answer is definitely yes. The infrastructure, wastewater infrastructure that's being installed to support the village development on the western side of Davidson Road includes a pump station that is actually located on the eastern side of the road. The land area for that pump station is sufficient to allow modular expansion that supports the entire HN6 land area. Attention to stormwater management is underway. There's a few capacity issues that have emerged as a consequence of reviews of the stormwater catchment in the Brookvale area, but we understand, are resolvable. Water supply hasn't been raised as an issue at any point in terms of capacity along this pathway.
So is there, if there generally aren't problems then with infrastructure being provided, why is it important that it's brought forward in the FDS for sequencing?
Why shouldn't it be brought forward, I suppose, is if there aren't issues with infrastructure or the issues that might exist with infrastructure the applicant's prepared to solve, is there any reason why it shouldn't be brought forward?
And that's a good question that we'll ask the officers to respond to in their reply report.
And Chair, would you like to ask that question now? No. You don't want to ask that question now?
No, you can keep that for your reply report.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So thinking specifically about stormwater and in your submission, you're suggesting there should be recognition in the FDS that stormwater infrastructural mitigation could be put off-site, as it were, or adjacent properties. I mean, as a point of principle, the council report has responded to that, but have also got sort of moved a little bit towards taking account of your submission point and the suggested wording of that policy. What's your position on the council's response to that matter?
We agreed with the amendments that they have made to the stormwater, that if the site has restraint for stormwater, which results in reduced yield, if provisions can be found for off-site stormwater that will improve that yield, then that's where development.
And that provision would be at the developer's risk in terms of the complications of where that site might be, its zoning, its land use class, all those things would be taken into account and may trigger extra reasons for consent, for example, which have to be worked through in detail at that stage. Is that the position?
Yeah, like we would expect full civils reports to show the required capacity and any complication that would come from offsetting the stormwater from there.
If I can just add to that, just to provide a little bit of background, at the time the submission was made, we were in discussion with an adjacent landowner. that although they didn't have development aspirations themselves, their land could have contributed to a stormwater solution that may also have contributed to stormwater provision for the wider Brookvale area. That landowners decided that they don't want to participate in that opportunity. We are still of the view that the provision of that utilising the residential land identified in FDS or rezoning should investigate off-site solutions in order to allow the land for housing to be used for housing rather than being gobbled up for stormwater. It's a more efficient approach if it's proven through the plan change process to, on balance, be a better opportunity. So we did have some early discussions with the officer about the on-site provision versus off-site, and that's where we landed in terms of the submission.
In a planning sense, where does that conceptually land in terms of the status or the quality of the adjacent land? And is there a foot trip in the process, say under the MPS sort of highly productive land, where you're stepping outside the site to service the site? Can it get through that gateway, for example, that planning gateway? Are there problems with pushing your impact out from your site in certain circumstances that actually kind of, on a planning sense, foot trip your outcomes?
There are definitely tensions there, and those matters I think will be weighed up during the plan change process. And there are other mechanisms such as designations, which if an alternative or off-site solution is the best outcome and demonstrated to be, then liaison can occur with council to initiate a designation process or an acquisition process. So the mechanisms are there. Having the opportunity endorsed by the FDS we think is a worthwhile outcome. It doesn't mean it's going to happen in every case, but it establishes that opportunity. The alternative is to identify areas for stormwater as part of the FDS and include them as part of the urban footprint. But if they're not specifically including housing, but in support of housing, there's a little bit of a balance there. And it may be too early in the land development process to confirm that that area is the best location of stormwater. So it's about striking a balance with the wording and creating the opportunities. That's where we landed anyway.
So it might be more cautious wording to say that it's not precluded by the FDS rather than endorsed, perhaps.
Yeah, it's about balance.
Yeah. All right. No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Nothing further from us. I did want to just say though, Ms. Wild, thank you for your evidence, providing strike-throughs and add-ins about what you were seeking. That's really helpful for the panel. Thank you. No further questions. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
And Ms. Wild, I think you can stay there, can't you? And our next submitter up is Paul Stevenson, submitter 118. You can come forward if you want to, you don't need to.
Okay,
So welcome. We have your submission in front of us and we also have Ms. Wild's evidence in front of us as well.
again, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to 60 Thompson Road, Havelock North. As you know, my name is Misha Wild, and today I am representing Paul and Janet Stevenson, who seek inclusion of their land at 60 Thompson Road into the FDS. As outlined in the written statement, the Stevenson site has been subjected to a partial rezoning, which has resulted in splitting of the property by a new road and the acquisition of half of their property. The residential zoned half by Hastings District Council has been delegated for stormwater management purposes. These impacts on the Stevenson's land arose during a planning process around the development of the Brookvale Structure Plan, which the Stevensons were unable to contribute to or be party to. The end consequence of this is that the remaining area of the Stevensons' property, which supports their home and a couple of small paddocks with a size of 2 hectares, has been orphaned, and that this land is now isolated from other production land. Despite the plan's production zoning, the location, configuration, and opportunity to realistically utilise the remaining 2 hectares for land-based production, either independently or in conjunction with other land, has been severely restricted. In our submission to the FTS, we sought that this balanced land be identified as appropriate to support residential development. The reality is that unless the land is included in the FDS, the 2 hectares of land won't be used for land-based production and will remain as a high-value lifestyle site on the urban fringe. In our view, this is not the best or most efficient or effective use of this land. We acknowledge that the residential yield from the site is limited. However, the site can easily support 10 to 15 dwellings and easily serviced, accessed, and developed. In short, it is our view that the best and most effective use of the site is to be developed for residential housing. Although the provisions of 10 to 15 houses might seem insignificant, each house site contributes towards meeting the capacity demand, and therefore every site counts. It seems to make practical and logical sense that where possible this type of site can be incorporated into the FDS as a true tidy-up. Referencing the preliminary subdivision design and stormwater option report prepared by Strata Group, which we included in our written statement, this concept design provides a realistic likelihood for the size and scale of potential residential development on this site. Again, this development seems like a logical and appropriate fit between the rural and urban environment. If the site is not included in the FDS, despite it being suitable for residential development, the provisions of the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land and the Plains Production Zone, along with the risk of setting adverse precedent, are sufficiently strong to decline any subdivision application. The inclusion of the land in the FDS can contribute to a legible urban form adjacent to Brookvale, and of a size representing a transition from urban to rural. The design would establish a legible and defensible urban boundary. We refer to the officer's report, in which we agree with their response that recognises the land has been severed and orphaned. However, we do not agree with the conclusion that the limited yield can be realised from this site will not contribute to overall capacity requirements, and that where rezoning can be identified, this should include spatial planning outcomes where character, amenity, and reverse sensitivity issues are resolved under this process. The residential development of this land is generally in accordance with the concept plan and is expected to fit comfortably with the pattern and form of development at Brookvale, and will contribute to rather than detract from amenity. The land is LUC1 and is subject to the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land. Here we turn to the definition of productive capacity, where it is stated land with the ability to support land-based primary production over the long term is based on assessment of the physical characteristics, legal constraints, and size and shape of the land parcel. In this regard, the Stevenson's land is heavily constrained by the size and shape of the land parcel, and these long-term constraints cannot be resolved. Alternative options to realise the potential of this land has been investigated, including amalgamation with the adjacent land parcel to the east, which would create an overall 6-hectare site. It has been concluded that if the landowner wanted to be involved, which they don't, the resultant amalgamation site would not facilitate increased land-based production outcomes. Inclusion of 60 Thompson Road in the FDS is consistent with the policy outcomes of the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land and the National Policy Statement for Urban Development. Inclusion of the site is not inconsistent with the FDS objectives and policies for protection of versatile and productive soils, given that the land is not of a size or shape that is reasonably able to be used for land-based production. Inclusion of the site will support the MPSUD requirements to contribute, albeit in a limited capacity, to the supply of development capacity. But on a comparative basis, the inclusion of these sites in the FDS represents the best and most reasonable outcome for the site. Turning to timing, we would recommend timing for the site be aligned with the timing of the development occurring within the Brookvale area, ideally within the short to medium term. This timing would better coordinate with infrastructure development and servicing provision within the locality. In conclusion, previous planning processes have rendered a block of land to be orphaned and is of little to no productive capacity. Although only a limited number of residential sites can be created, the inclusion of the Stevenson land in the FDS will contribute to housing supply in a simple and effective manner. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Wild. I've just been listening to you and also looking through at the various maps to be quite clear about where the site is. So obviously none of us are from Havelock North. We did go in and around near the site, however, on our site visits on Monday afternoon. So am I right that the site is to the west of HN6?
Yes, over the Crombie Drain. We did include it in our evidence as well.
You did, yes. And if you're from here, you're probably quite familiar about exactly where that is. But I just wanted to make sure we're all orientated, that we know exactly. So I'll just see what questions we have. Yep.
Thank you for your presentation, and it's pretty thorough. I suppose my questions about conversations either with Brookfields or with Metlife about the integration of the site in terms of, and I think I've got a view of the structure plan. You can see the link road connecting through from Brookfields into Thompson's. How have those discussions kind of developed? So either with, thinking about integration, either through Brookfields or the connection through to Metlife.
Roger would be best to respond.
Quite early on, we had discussions with Mr. Ryan Wallace, who is policy manager at HDC, and the starting point with those discussions was how the Brookvale structure plan came about and what the configuration of that was. Summarily, the Brookvale structure plan arose through submissions to the proposed Hastings district plan at the time. Only those parties who submitted were able to be involved with mediation processes upon appeal. The Stevensons were not included in that. Mr. Wallace signalled that it would have been quite logical to look at the footprint for the Brookvale structure plan area as following Thompson Road and Davidson Road to close that area off properly, but Stevensons weren't able to participate, and so there was no opportunity to reflect the urban form. So the position of the Stevensons, and reflected in high-level discussions with Mr. Wallace, was that was actually unfortunate because it couldn't be tested at that time. Consequently, the Stevensons' property was bisected, and the story's been told there. So what we're trying to do is tidy up this parcel. Ideally, it would be good to consider the Waitoa land adjacent out to the corner. However, Waitoas have signalled that from their personal perspective in this 30-year window, they don't want to participate, and that's their right. Their land could be included in FDS to provide opportunity and reflect the configuration and integration that you're talking about, but we respect their right not to want to put their hand up.
No further questions from us. Thank you very much for your time this
Thank
morning.
you.
Appreciate it. Now we're running quite early, well, quite ahead of time. Our next submitters up are Peter Clayton and Michelle Campbell from the Hastings Golf Club. Here yet? Yes. Were you waiting for anyone? Are you Mr. No, Mr. Clayton?
I'm not sure whether Michelle can make it.
Well,
she's
she's not scheduled. We're not scheduled to hear from you until 10, so we can wait, if you would prefer.
I don't believe she is coming now, so we can carry on.
Okay. And you're Mr. Clayton then?
Correct.
Okay. And with you?
Murray McNay.
Welcome, Mr. McNay. So we have you scheduled down for 10 minutes to talk to us this morning.
Yes.
Thank you. We have your submission in front of us at the moment.
Good morning all, I'm Peter Clayton. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the Hastings Golf Club submission to your FDS, a vision of Hawke's Bay's future. I've been a member of the Golf Club for 25 years, president for 6, and chairman of our development committee. The Golf Club believes the current golf sport development plan change application complements the FDS objectives. How does it do this? Firstly, it increases the number of residential homes and short stay accommodation for visitors to Hawke's Bay. This is not just a normal residential subdivision. Our proposed body corporate structure provides commonality of interest for club members and residents. And the specific short stay accommodation helps economic activity and growth in Hawke's Bay. Secondly, the club reputation and activities are good for Hawke's Bay. We are recognised as one of the best club courses in New Zealand. Major tournaments have been held over our 100+ year history, the latest being the Wallace Development New Zealand PGA Australasian Tour event 2 weeks ago, which was highly successful. Also, an upgrade of the HGC facilities alongside the Cape Kidnappers course will drive increased national and international tourism in Hawke's Bay. This has been proven in other areas around New Zealand where 2 courses and facilities of a sufficiently high standard exist. Thirdly, the community asset of the property. Currently, we have 1,300 members. There are 55,000 rounds played per year, and 25 to 30% of our gross income is earned from green fees, i.e. visitors to the course. These numbers can be improved on for the benefit of Hawke's Bay. Fourthly, from a horticultural productivity of Hawke's Bay land will be unchanged, as for the last 100+ years it has been a golf course and will remain so in the future. Fifthly, the proposal creates community for all age groups, from juniors to seniors, who wish to enjoy open space, recreation, living, visiting, and tourism on this property. Sixthly, there will be additional employment from construction and ongoing management of this asset. And lastly, the club identified this as our only option which provides both capital to upgrade our club assets and an ongoing residual income to improve facilities for the next 100+ years. So it's vitally important from a club perspective. So in summary, we seek your support to help ensure the Hawke's Bay region can benefit from this project by acknowledging the golf sport development plan change application as a standalone development asset for the purposes of the FDS. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We did go out and have a look at the golf course land on Monday afternoon, so we are familiar with it and have seen it, and there seemed to be quite a bit of action happening at the time. A whole lot of camper vans and caravans and the like parked there. And thankfully we missed getting hit by any balls from the golf driving range as well. I was a bit concerned seeing it so close. I'll see if we have any questions. No questions. I think Mr. Winchester will probably next get most of our questions. Thank you very much for coming in and talking to us this morning.
I have the notes here. Who do I give those
Yes,
to?
please, if you can give those to Caitlin. That was going to be the next thing I asked for. Thank you. Okay, we'll reconvene now after a short break, and we are next hearing again from the Hastings Golf Club. James Winchester, Ryan Brandenburg and Phil Mackay again. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In terms of presentation today, we've got half an hour. I'm not anticipating we'll need all of that time. We have pre-circulated a statement of evidence from Mr. Brandenburg and Mr. Mackay, and I filed some legal submissions last week, just checking that you've received those and absorbed them. We will speak to those documents, and I think it's pretty clear that that the main focus for Golf Sport Development Limited Partnership is the private plan change process, which is happening in parallel to this process. Nevertheless, it is important from an FDS perspective that at best the development capacity, which is legitimate urban development capacity, which would be enabled by the private plan change request, is identified in the FDS. It is not, it's accepted, it's not what you would call orthodox residential development capacity in terms of its location and typology, and so it is a niche residential development capacity. There's no question about that, but that's not a reason to discount it. So you have evidence from Mr. Mackay as to the alignment of that development capacity with the objectives of the FDS, and while it may be surprising given the location of the proposed residential development and the form of it, it is very well aligned with those objectives. So there is no significant reason to discount it in my submission. You will have detected from my legal submissions that there is a broader issue in terms of the FDS, so looking beyond the boundaries of the golf club site. It is bounded on its western boundary by the Aerodrome, and that's a live issue. The detail of that difference of view is in my submission best left for the plan change hearing process. You may well hear from the Aerodrome about matters such as the efficacy of no complaints covenants and matters such as that. In my submission, and I think I said it yesterday for another client, it's not really the right forum to get down to that level of detail. What is submitted to be very clear is that there is no overriding reason why residential development within the golf course, and particularly in the locations within the golf course that it is proposed, should be ruled out in a hard and fast manner by the presence of the Aerodrome, or to accommodate the Aerodrome's interests, which from my client's point of view are reflective of a degree of hypersensitivity, and they are not founded by particularly reliable evidence. So the fear that the Aerodrome might have about the curtailment of its activities and its interests is understood, but in my submission overstated. So that is why I've taken some time in my written submissions to address the infrastructural issues, which of course were not specifically dealt with in the submission for Golf Sport Development Limited Partnership. They were touched upon, but they weren't the key focus. And I suppose it's fair to say it wouldn't be the end of the world for my client if its development wasn't specifically recognised in the FDS, and it would understand the rationale for that, and that has been set out in the officer's report. However, it would be concerning, and in my submission, inappropriate, if the FDS took an extra step and said that my client's development was inappropriate, and indeed any residential development to the east of the aerodrome was inappropriate because of concerns about reverse sensitivity and operational matters, and that would be unjustified and unwarranted. And that's why I've taken some time to analyse and provide some commentary on the infrastructural considerations which are set out later in the officer's report in section 11. And in my submission, you'll no doubt be all over it, but it's a situation where you need to be cautious about the language which is employed in that section, because some of it is quite absolute and potentially could have unintended consequences. And certainly, depending on the nature of the infrastructure involved, if, for example, we're talking about Hawke's Bay Airport as the major commercial airport, it might be more warranted. So nationally significant infrastructure might warrant a high level of protection, or at least recognition of its interests. But if I look at paragraph 19 of my written submissions, the current suggestion in the officer's report is a recommendation which would encompass the aerodrome, which is the addition of words to include areas required to allow significant infrastructure to operate unimpeded. That is, that's quite sweeping and quite directive language, and in my submission needs to be approached very, very carefully as to whether it's justified. And the second issue is really the identification of the aerodrome as effectively being significant infrastructure. There is no concern about that in a Hawke's Bay context, provided that the language employed uses a degree of balance about the interests of the aerodrome and those of other legitimate or other legitimate land use activities, which in my submission encompasses both the golf course and its proposed development. So those are my introductory legal submissions. I was proposing to then hand over to Mr. Brandenburg to speak to his evidence, and then Mr. Mackay, and maybe we can take any questions at the end of that if there are any.
Happy to turn to your next, and we'll do questions at the end, I think.
Thank you, Ma'am. I'll ask Mr. Brandenburg to speak to his evidence.
Good morning. My name is Ryan Brandenburg. I'm a golf premium tourism and hospitality expert that has been involved in this project since 2018. I know I may not sound like it, but I'm a Hastings local. I've been here for 16 years, but I'll never not sound like an American living in Hawke's Bay. So please excuse the accent, but I know the area quite well, and it's home to me, so it's a project that's especially kind of near and dear. As Mr. Winchester stated, we do have a private plan change which is being processed right now. It's been notified, hearing dates ideally scheduled for June of this year. So just want to make sure everybody obviously is aware of that process happening in parallel. I just want to touch on a few key points of what was in my written evidence, understanding that everyone has read that and I'm sure understands that it was pretty straightforward. But this project was really born from the fact that Hastings Golf Club is a great community asset, but has the potential to be a national or even international destination asset. But right now, the facilities don't match the quality of the golf course. So the facilities are in a state that doesn't allow them to attract visitors from further afield or overseas. So we were really looking at a project that could improve the facilities, create a destination asset for the region, and then secure the club's future for the next generation. So that's essentially what Golf Sport Development was tasked with doing. Part of our project includes 4 new golf holes, the new clubhouse, new golf maintenance facilities, staff accommodation, but also the recreation facilities alongside housing and short stay accommodation. The plan was passed at an SGM at the golf club in November of 2021 with a 78% approval rating in terms of the passing rate. So that was a really positive sign. And we set about creating the private plan change that has been lodged. We're confident the development can't be replicated elsewhere in Hawke's Bay because it is a unique piece of land that has the golf infrastructure with the land to allow for these other facilities to be developed alongside of it. We've also gone through the process of examining all of our infrastructure needs, and we're confident that this can operate without a burden to the community. So we don't have any increased water take that we're asking for. We actually have a plan to return effluent water back to irrigation, and that's a plan that's been discussed with iwi and is covered in the MOU with iwi as well. And we're confident we can treat stormwater and electricity on site as well. There is one comment I wanted to clarify from my evidence, and that was in point 22, where I stated the development's dwellings would sit well outside the aerodrome's noise boundary, and I noted approximately 170 meters from the boundary to the nearest dwelling. I just wanted to confirm that's 170 meters from the noise boundary to the nearest dwelling. We're about 370 meters from the property boundary to our nearest dwelling. So that noise boundary does cross into the golf club. So I just wanted to make sure that was clarified. What we do believe is that the improved facilities would drive more visitors into the bay, and that those that are already coming to the bay would have a reason to stay longer and spend more, which is obviously a key metric that we like to look at across all of our premium tourism sector. And we also believe that it's not just about golf, which is why we've added the other amenities, but we also have the cycleway and the wineries nearby. So we have 4 wineries and a 20-minute cycle ride. We also do, in our opinion, have the convenience of the aerodrome next door, which means that people can come in a private plane or land a helicopter and theoretically be at the golf club in a matter of minutes. That's a benefit that not many other golf courses are lucky enough to enjoy in the country. As mentioned, we do have a completed cultural impact assessment at the hapu level with Ngāti Pokoro. We also have an MOU with them as well. And one of the key parts of this relationship we've had now for several years is it's not just for the duration of the development, but it's ongoing. So it's something that would create a lasting relationship between the golf club, the development, and local iwi. And we've been successful in implementing these elsewhere, so we're confident this is something we can do here as well. You would have seen a pretty positive economic impact story, 9 key benefits, but over the 2-year construction period, $40 million in economic impact and 181 jobs created during peak development. So we think there's a lot of benefits for the Bay with this project, and would love to field any questions. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. I'm just going to summarise from my summary and conclusion and my evidence. So my evidence that includes an assessment against the FDS strategic objectives, and I consider that the proposal on the Hastings Golf Club site stacks up reasonably well, except for objective 2, which is the one relating to compact urban form. As Mr. Winchester has said, this is a niche or unique proposal. So even though it's not consistent with objective 2 in terms of compact urban form, it is providing some of those principles in terms of reducing travel times and placing residents next to where they need to travel to. But in this case, it would be because they're living by their recreational activities, and they'll be able to walk to those rather than living by the CBD, for example. So people that are in certain ages and stages, that could actually have a net reduction in travel time if they're able to walk to play their round of golf and to the other recreational facilities that would be on offer. So in that way, I consider it as generally consistent with the overall vision of the draft FDS. And so just reading from the final point in my evidence and the summary and conclusions, so therefore asking that the golf club site, and specifically the area proposed for residential development within the golf club site, which is a considerably smaller area than the golf club itself, be included in the FDS. In that last point, acknowledging that the Hastings Golf Club site will provide for a different but legitimate form of residential development involving housing within a golf course and recreational activities as a lifestyle choice, while concurrently providing tourism benefits associated with the proposed redevelopment of the golf course, associated facilities and visitor accommodation. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll turn to questions now. So just to clarify, Mr. Winchester, your client isn't necessarily seeking inclusion, but your primary concern, which you seem to have raised, is the amended wording in section 11, particularly the use of the word unimpeded.
Well, I have alighted on that, Madam Chair, but that is an example of an area of concern about something that might unreasonably derail my client's development aspirations. It doesn't detract from the thrust of my client's submission and indeed my submission, that as Mr. Mackay has identified, that the specific development area should be located in the FDS and recognised in the FDS because of the positive contributions that it makes to urban development capacity, with really the only area of inconsistency being with objective 2 as identified by Mr. Mackay. So I would describe it as a mixture of a positive request for recognition and also quite openly a defensive position in terms of concerns about other aspects of the FDS that might unreasonably impact on this proposal. So I say that unashamedly because based on the officer's report at least, that is a real prospect. And I should also identify, and I probably should have done so earlier on, is a concern about one specific point in the officer's report, which is a recommendation that there be an invitation for the Aerodrome to present information to the hearing panel on what additional development protection is needed to ensure their operational and functional needs are met now and into the future. Some real concerns about that suggestion. We'll be sitting here waiting and hearing from the Aerodrome as to what they've got to say on that point, but I do need to reserve my position on that, my client's position.
Understood. Are you aware of any higher order direction that would sit and inform a future development strategy that elevates significant infrastructure so that it would operate unimpeded? Is there anything that elevates, any higher level direction in Local Government Act, RMA, national policy statements?
Based on my knowledge, Madam Chair, not in particular. And there is obviously a web of intersecting national policy direction under various national policy instruments. They do deal with significant infrastructure and nationally significant infrastructure in different ways and for different purposes, and that's obviously not that helpful. But in answer to your specific question, I am not aware of a specific direction in higher order instruments that would provide the elevation that you are talking about, particularly in terms of unimpeded operation of such infrastructure. Mr. Mackay is probably, I defer to him in terms of his technical knowledge of planning instruments, and he may have some awareness and be able to give you an informed opinion if you'd like to hear from him on that point.
So the Hawke's Bay Regional Policy Statement within the Regional Resource Management Plan does have a series of objectives relating to reverse sensitivity. I think from memory it's around objective 16 to 18. Also from memory, I'm not sure that they go as far as talking about the unimpeded operation of strategic infrastructure. There's three objectives. One of them in particular deals with regionally strategic infrastructure, and the general theme of the three objectives is avoiding conflicting land use activities.
Does the aerodrome fall within the definition of nationally significant infrastructure under the National Policy Statement on Urban Development?
No, it doesn't, Madam Chair. Having said that, I'll qualify that answer. The definition of nationally significant infrastructure is used for a quite specific purpose in the NPS on urban development, and that's relating to qualifying matters for Tier 1 intensification exercises.
Is there anything in the National Policy Statement on urban development that restricts urban development in respect to, particularly, okay, we're talking about a Tier 2, is there anything in the NPSUD that restricts urban development adjacent to a aerodrome of the size and scale of Bridge Pa?
Well, not expressly based on my reading of the NPSUD. It would have to be inferred or be a matter of interpretation, or essentially be an implementation matter at a local level. Not saying it couldn't happen, but it's not directed by the NPSUD in my submission.
The officers will obviously be alerted. That will be a question that we will be expecting them to respond to in terms of that language used in the recommendations. Just see if we have any other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Winchester. I understand your point about the comment in the officer's report regarding maybe considering more information from the aerodrome, and that might drag us into a level of detail that's rightfully being dealt with through the plan change process. But in terms of the recommended Objective 10 modifications, and particularly this word unimpeded that you're concerned about, is this a matter that's currently being contested and there are technical concerns about the potential for the development to impede the aerodrome, or is your application position that it's not going to impede the aerodrome? I only ask, I know that's the weeds of that PPC application, yes, but I'm just trying to understand what your concern is, because the objective is region-wide in the urban context, yes, for all significant infrastructure, and at a really high level it seems sensible that we shouldn't be trying to allow things to impede significant infrastructure as a point of principle, but I'm just trying to understand where that concern sits.
Look, that's fine, and I understand your questions, and I don't have a material difference of view in terms of the intent. Where I have a concern is around the use of language, and because it's what I deal with, words matter, and how they're interpreted and how they're subsequently used do matter. So that's why I raised it. In terms of there being a concern about the aerodrome and its activities being impeded, yes, it's a live issue. It is very much a live issue in the private plan change, and quite firm submissions to that effect have been made by the aerodrome, and it seems to have gathered a number of supporters, possibly members of the aerodrome, to advance the same issues. So, yes, it will be a contested matter in the private plan change. Is it a valid consideration from my client's point of view? At a level of principle, yes, it is understood, the concern about reverse sensitivity and about safety issues. But when set against an evidential and factual analysis, it's my client's position that the concerns lack foundation and are overstated.
So just building, I think, on the response from Mr. Mackay, is it your submission that that wording is more directive than the current regional and district policies that you're working your way through in the plan change process?
Well, it certainly goes much, much further than what is located within what's stated in the district planning instrument. So, and I have addressed that in legal submissions, the district plan, and it's recorded quite accurately in the officer's report on this point, has some controls with regard to noise and height planes and operation in terms of flight paths, some controls. And it has an air noise boundary, which the proposed development sits well outside. So, yes, there are some operational matters in the district planning instrument, but to the extent that the FDS might be a springboard for a suggestion that it should go much further, or that private plan change request for the golf course should be declined, that's obviously a matter of concern.
Thank you, that's understood, thank you.
Are there any final points you wanted to make, Mr. Winchester?
Not from my point of view, ma'am. I think you understand where my client is coming from. Thank you for your attention and consideration of this matter. Appreciate your time, and we will listen with interest to the next submitter.
Thank you very much for your time this morning. Our next submitter up this morning is the Hawke's Bay and East Coast Aero Club, submitter 139, Bruce Governlock. Mr. Governlock, would you like to come up? We have got you allocated for a 10-minute slot with us this morning.
Sorry, past president for 8 years, over the last 15 or so years. Currently, I'm on the group that we have that steers all our planning discussions with the District Council. So I've been nominated to speak today. I'm not sure if you got a copy of the written form of what I'm going to say today. I just emailed it through a couple of days ago. Got some copies here I could hand out to follow if you want.
We do have a copy of your notes, so thank you very much for sending that through.
Well, we're going to expand a little bit today. The initial submission was really talking about, I guess, the FDS and the planning issues that concern the airfield. And today we're going to perhaps reach a little bit more directly into some of the issues specifically around the golf club development. So the aerodrome is a regionally significant piece of infrastructure. I'm not sure if you know it or been out there. It's a relatively sophisticated aerodrome. It's got tarmac runways. It's fully lit for night operations. It's got airways controlled instrument approaches for coming in 24 hours a day in any weather. So it's got quite a capability. We'll address that in a little more. But to start, the Hawke's Bay and East Coast Aero Club, in its capacity as owner-operator of Hastings Aerodrome and as Hastings Airport Authority, opposes the inclusion of BP4 Hastings Golf Club in the future development strategy. And we support the draft future development strategy recommendation because it preserves the current spatial protection of the aerodrome's present and future capabilities and use for the benefit of the region's communities. The reasons are summarised over the next 6 points. So Hastings Aerodrome has on 3 occasions now been the aviation base for a government-controlled national civil defence emergency in Hawke's Bay. These can involve deployments of up to 2 months taking over the aerodrome, most recently with Cyclone Gabriel for 2023. The importance of the aerodrome as a regional civil defence asset is recognised in the District Plan and Policy PPP18. It goes on to say that the Bridge Bay Aerodrome provides the community with a base for much of its district rural flying services, including top dressing, spraying, frost fighting, firefighting. It also provides a vital backup to the operations of Hawke's Bay Airport and is recognised as a regional civil defence asset. We'll talk about that a bit later. The club has been putting a lot of effort since Gabriel into dialogue with the council about how to improve the capability and resilience of the aerodrome, so that it's even more ready to serve that civil defence purpose. So as an airport authority, as a network utility operator under the RMA and a regionally significant civil defence infrastructure, the Hastings Aerodrome and the Aero Club would like to see an effective strategy in relation to significant infrastructure incorporated into the FDS. And we therefore support an amendment proposed by the Hawke's Bay Airport, which is the other airport authority in the region, to FDS Strategic Objective 10, so that it reads as follows. Our infrastructure is planned and designed to effectively support development, and the current and future operational and functional needs of significant infrastructure are recognised and protected from incompatible urban development. In the submission we put in originally, we've already noted that the club has taken extensive actions and flight path and procedure changes to reduce noise over the village of Bridge Park and Flaxmere. The club is working to accommodate the existing HUD's directives around Mariah-focused development at Bridge Park to the southwest of the airfield. And we want to make it very clear that any intensification of residential activity to the north and the east of the airfield makes that a lot more difficult. It's going to require almost certainly some pushback to move the flight path and procedure activities back over the Bridge Park area. The Mariah-based residential development at Bridge Park is recognised in both the HUD's documents and the future development strategy. And the Aero Club's operational and infrastructure changes and investment that it's been making in recent years and is still being made are in response to those signalled and continued intents. So the following is from the draft Napier FDS. It's talking about HUDs. And you'll see that down the bottom there it says the draft FDS continues to promote this approach, the Mariah-based development approach, the Papakainga. The FDS recognises the role of mana whenua as partners in the strategy, and Tamate Pokai Whenua was one of those treaty settlement entities that participated with the council. And the strategy in section 6.4 discussing that gives the statement of hapu values. It's talking about expanding Papakainga and other housing developments on ancestral land, including Maori land. And the joint Coronata and Mangarawa Marae statements from Bridge Pa say that hapu seek infrastructure to support Papakainga and other housing developments. So the club has been taking note of this for years and actively working around it, rearranging the airfield. Any new residential intensification to the north and east of the Aerodrome will compromise the Aero Club's ability to operate within that overarching strategy of HUDs and FDS. So we've highlighted in the previous submission a number of key requirements for Aerodrome operational protections. This is about continuing its current capability to serve the community in a civil defence emergency. One of the things we're looking for is no rezoning or residential development encroachment south of Portsmouth Road heading towards the airfield or west of Stock Road towards the Aerodrome. The club already receives active noise complaints from Flaxmere and other areas around the Aerodrome, and we do whatever we can to work within those, and we do make changes, as I mentioned. Specifically, we actively seek to make changes if it improves the outcome for Bridge Bar Village. But more importantly also, perhaps, for this submission is just to highlight about clearways and spatial requirements. So we want to maintain clearways for the eastern and western helicopter approach and departure paths. These are promulgated official flight paths that are on what we call the AIP, our Airways plate, that describes the pilot procedures for the airfield. These are low level. These actually designate the helicopters to operate below 600 feet. They're also vital during Cyclone Gabriel, highlighted their role in the current modern day response to civil defences. When we're operating with sling loads, taking out heavy loads up to 1 tonne of equipment out under these helicopters, they're running on a sling load 100 feet under the helicopter, while the helicopter's operating under 600 feet. So we're looking to maintain a clearway where those dangerous loads can be carried without having to pass over residential areas. And if you look at the aerial photo of the airfield, you'll see with Bridge Bar Village and out to the west, there's already significant residential areas coming up there. And so the eastern approach is the one that was heavily used during Gabriel, going out over those clear areas. On the main runway out toward Portsmouth Road, that's our primary instrument approach. So that's where air ambulances and larger aircraft come in there during an emergency. So that's why we're looking at the Portsmouth Road area, wanting to maintain that as clear as far out as we can go. Again, same thing. You've got aircraft coming in on low level when they're doing instrument approaches, particularly at night. We're looking to keep residential houses out of those clearways. The neighbouring BP4 site, the Hastings Golf Club, shares a 1.3 kilometre long boundary with the Aerodrome on the eastern side. And it lies directly under the approach and departure to runway 1129, which is our main helicopter approach path and the one that's of significant interest to us during civil defence deployments. The eastern end of the runway runs right up to the boundary with the golf club. That runway cannot be extended to the west because of the presence of Valentine Road, and there's already housing occurring over there. So any future expansion of the capabilities of that runway would require incursion into the golf club land. So the Hastings Aerodrome is recognised as a transportation asset for the district and a regional civil defence asset. The Lifeline study for civil defence and emergency management identified Hastings Aerodrome as the vital backup to Napier Airport in emergency, and Gabriel certainly bore that out. Now, for a very unexpected direction, Napier Airport was incapacitated, and instantly the Hastings Aerodrome became the prime base for all aviation and fire and emergency activities for the next 2 months. So I mentioned earlier that it's responded 3 times, the Aerodrome, to nationally controlled civil defence emergencies: the Napier earthquake, Clive floods, which people probably have forgotten into memory these days, but that was a national emergency controlled by government with a prolonged response from the Aerodrome. And then again, Cyclone Gabriel. We know it's going to happen again. So that's why we're preparing and doing what we can to improve the facilities for civil defence on the airfield. The independent review into Cyclone Gabriel emphasised the need to improve and implement resilient strategies with lifeline utilities. That drove our move to work more closely with Civil Defence and Emergency Management and Hastings Council. So the helicopter operations area. Now this is a change that's happened in the last couple of years. So in response to the presence of Bridgebar Village and wanting to decrease the noise impact out there and work within the HUDs and now the FDS, the airfield over several years has been actively migrating its helicopter activities to the eastern boundary with the golf course. And this has involved relocating fuel infrastructure, underground tanks that service the Jet A1 fuel used by these larger helicopters. Also involved relocating the actual buildings and bases for the helicopter, the landing areas. These are all now moved from where they used to be on the southwest of the aerodrome near Bridgebar Village and moved hundreds of metres over to the boundary with the golf course, where we thought we had a low noise impact area. So I've mentioned how the helicopters can go out deploying from that area at low level. So that low level starts on the end of the runway. That runway, sealed runway that runs right up to the edge of the golf course, that was actually the staging area for all the helicopter heavy lift activity during Gabriel. So in seeking to have site BP4 included within the FDS, Golf Sport Development Limited and Hastings Golf Club are relying upon a Marshall Day acoustics report to conclude there's no technical basis for precluding residential development on Hastings Golf Course site if undertaken in accordance with their concept plan. We'd like to point out that acoustic report from Marshall Day, which assesses the impact of noise boundaries and the likelihood of reverse sensitivity complaints from the residential area proposed, makes a number of incorrect assumptions which in our view seriously undermine and completely invalidate its conclusions.
Now, Mr. Govan, look, I hate to interrupt you, but we only had you down for 10 minutes and we're about to run out of time. So if you'd like to make some last key points in about a minute, and that will give a couple of minutes of time for question from the panel members. Thank you.
So quickly about the Marshall Day report. It draws on a very narrow study window, just 14 days during September 23. At that time, due to the aftermath of Gabriel, there was almost no district helicopter activity happening for the agricultural purposes which drive it at that time of year. And also due to the prevailing winds at that time, from our own weather logs, there was no fixed wing traffic using that runway due to the wind conditions for those 14 days. Also, the Marshall Day report uses a completely inaccurate ratio of helicopter activity using that runway relative to the other runway. I mentioned that since then, since that study by Marshall Day was undertaken, we've relocated the main helicopter base from the southwest at the end of the 01 runway to the boundary with the golf course. We expect that has significantly extended the noise impact out onto the golf course property that will not be reflected in the current noise contours or the Marshall Day study. Briefly also, just mentioning on occasion a party will propose the use of no complaint covenants as a way to avoid reverse sensitivity issues. The Aero Club's experience in the Napier Development Trust case in the Environment Court that turned down a similar residential proposal on the Hawke's Bay Golf Course to the north of our main runway 01. Bore out. In that case, the court saw that such covenants did not reduce, remedy or mitigate anything and had great doubts about their ability to be an effective tool, and certainly the club views that. Recent successful legal cases overturning covenants bears that out. Last 2 points, this BP4 does not address the reverse sensitivity impact of aircraft height. Residents don't like aircraft flying low. So even though it's not a noise complaint, you can get reverse sensitivity from the height and presence and impact of aircraft. And to wrap up, Just the last statement, if the Hastings Aerodrome were to be restricted in its current or future operations as a result of the inclusion of BP4 Hastings Golf Club in the FDS, there is no other suitable location in the district or region upon which it could be relocated or replicated. Whereas by comparison, the draft FDS demonstrates there are a large number of development areas that have already been zoned or consented for urban development, and those sites taken together with the new residential greenfield areas are sufficient to meet the demand for new greenfield housing within the FDS already, without compromising the efficient and effective operation of the regionally significant infrastructure that is the Hastings Aerodrome.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Govenlock. Unfortunately, we have run out of time for questions now, but having canvassed my colleagues, we don't have any for you anyway, because your presentation was very clear as to the concerns raised. So thank you very much for the time and coming to talk to us this morning.
Thank you.
Our next submitter up is submitter 40 Landmarks Trust. If you'd like to come forward, please. And we have you allocated for 10 minutes this morning.
Kia ora. Thank you, Madam Chair and panellists, for the opportunity to present to support our submission. Excuse me. Before I start, I'd just like to comment that it's almost impossible to hear the submitters in the public gallery. The sound system seems to be very quiet. I'm Barbara Brookfield. I'm the Secretary of Landmarks Trust. On my left is John Davidson, Vice President, and on my right is Rose Mohi, an Executive Member. Apologies from our President, Teresa Munro, who's unable to be here. Our key interests in the future development strategy is protecting our fertile soils for food production and protecting our iconic landscapes. Expansion of commercial, urban and industrial development on least fertile soils and topography not suitable to intensive food production should be a priority in the future development strategy. And our third interest is ensuring that we create quality environments for our people to live, work and play. Our fertile soils must be protected and retained for food production. Too much has already been lost to urban, commercial and industrial development and will never return to food production. Industry should be on lower quality soils, and there are many suitable areas for this. Housing should also be on the lower quality soils and those areas that are less topographically suited to food production. Our subdivision rules, and I'm going to speak mainly about the rural residential zone, and John will talk more about urban. We have a cookie cutter approach to subdivision based largely on lot size and location. We have lots down to 400 square metres over the fence from lots where a minimum subdivision is of 0.8 hectares is permitted. And then just along the road, we're into rural zone where only much larger lots are permitted. Our current guidelines, I believe, or we believe, do not reflect good practice landscape guidelines for subdivision. And the council has a very good document produced in 2005 that sets out guidelines for subdivision, which few developers appear to, in our opinion, adhere to. Reserves, laneways, shopping and recreational facility plans are critical, and there are excellent subdivision examples around New Zealand, such as Hobson Gulf Point, Lakeview or North Lake at Wanaka, where those considerations are paramount in the subdivisions.
Oh, right. Yes, talking about intensification and greenfields, yes, there are a number of good designs. We feel that bold planning decisions have to be made to discourage the development we have seen with 3 standard houses squeezed onto one town section. Rather, we need to encourage quality apartment living, 2, maybe 3 stories. This helps provide space to create linkages to small parks, walk and cycleways, and get them away from busy roads, and thereby creating better communities. This is important for intensive living. With climate change in mind, we will need more green areas. And with the greenfield developments that Barbara's just mentioned, they need to include larger parks like our forebears in Hastings provided until the 1970s. I think Flaxmere was the last place that had decent sized parks, because we need big shade trees. Also, the greenfield developments require local shops, cycle and walkways to reduce car use, and again, an encouragement to build up to reduce the pressure on the fertile land and allow space for the smaller parks and playgrounds.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā hoki tātou katoa. My name is Rose Mohi, and I'm talking on behalf of the tangata whenua, and some of this was put into our submission. I just wanted to expand on some of the points that were made and talk about basically where the marae is situated and where Māori live in multi-generational houses so that they bring up their children there. The children might leave, but Nana stays in the house and then she gets old. Now they can't afford to go into all these private hospitals and whatever they are that they want to put all over the place. These houses become multi-generational again. People move back into them to look after whoever the elderly is or the sick, and they care for them at home. And that's traditionally done in Māoridom forever. That's never going to change. So the talk of putting more subway development near Pakipaki sort of slightly horrifies me, because if you're aiming for a Pākehā settlement, how are they going to settle in a very Māori area? To me, it doesn't work unless you're getting Māori to go into those places nearby. But big consideration needs to be made of these things. I reiterate over the history of the land, the fertile soils. Remember, we never lived on these lands. So the marae I talk about, Kohapātiki, Matahiwi, or Mahu, Waiheke, I mean, some of them are flood prone, but we knew about floods and we moved to other areas. Of course, we didn't know about, if you take the plains away and all those swamps and things. You could once paddle a boat from Pakawai all the way to Pakipaki. I mean, there was plenty of water, and now we're short of water, we're short of decent growing land, and people are saying that's difficult to cope with, and I'm sort of at a loss. And I feel very little was put into the history of the land, the history of Māori that have lived here for years, that have served this city and area very well. Remember, we signed up for every war, we were there, we fed people in earthquakes and whatever was going on, we were there during the floods and we saved people. There's not much made of Māori and the contribution that we have made. And that's really important, because you go into any marae and there's a memorial to all those people who went and did things, and I think our history is sadly lacking. I also agree with the point about needing parks. Who hasn't seen a marae that doesn't have a big grassed area where the kids play football, or, once upon a time we played bull rush, but you're not allowed to play that anymore. But, net goes up or a ball is produced and they play into Mariah games are played in them. They're really important places because having their sport near them means they can cater for people in their Mariahs who have kitchens and dining rooms, and they can host them. So I think we have to look carefully at that. That's really all I have to say. Thank you. Any of us will take questions though.
Thank you. I'll just see if we have some questions for you. And thank you for me, no questions. Noting that what we are asked to look at isn't probably at the granular level of how apartment development or intensification might occur, and there'll be further opportunities down the track to discuss that. Certainly the points you've raised have been raised by many of the submitters that we've heard from over the last couple of days in terms of the protection of the fertile land and making sure that the right thing happens in the right place. Thank you very much for your time with us.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We will now take a morning tea adjournment and reconvene at 11:20. Thank you very much. Okay, it's 11:20, so we will recommence, and our first submitter up now is submitter 78 regarding Clive Growth, Chris Holder and Murray Tonks. Welcome. We've got you allocated for 10 minutes with us.
Thank you very much. I'll start introducing Mr. Chris Holder to my right. Mr. Holder and his wife Cheryl are the owners of 63 Main Road in Clive. My name is Murray Tonks, and I'm one of two partners in the Willow Retirement Housing Development next door to Chris and Cheryl at their place number 63. Before I proceed, however, I wish to declare an interest, which is I was principal author of the 2023 Retirement Village Housing Sector Demand Forecast Report. That is one of the background papers to the FDS. This interest was declared and canvassed prior to my engagement to carry out the Retirement Housing Forecast Study, and I now state it again. Nothing in the presentation that I'm about to give contradicts anything in this earlier report, and nor does anything contained in that report show favour to the Willowbrook development. The basis of the submission and this presentation is simply to make the case that the Holder property at 63 Main Road in Clive, as a potential site for future development, has superior attributes to a number of sites currently proposed for inclusion in the FDS and should be recognised and prioritised accordingly. So just in saying that, our presentation is actually going to be very short. I had prepared quite a PowerPoint presentation, which I've been away for a while. I've now read the officers' report, and we would support the recommendations of the officers' report, which are on page 134 of the officers' report. I'll read that out. The officer is recommending that in relation to 63 Main Road Clive, no changes made to the draft FDS, but consideration is given to including a comment in the hearing panel report as follows. And the recommendation reads, recommended wording from the officers is, we consider that 63 Main Road is not of sufficient size and scale to warrant sanctioning in the FDS as a greenfield growth area. Suffice to say, we do not consider that development of this small site on its own in the peculiar circumstances of Clive would be an affront to the FDS aims and principles, given its limited production capacity. However, its location relative to best currently available modelled tsunami risk scenarios, together with uncertainty about the capacity of the water supply system, suggests that any development may be more properly considered through a resource consent application, or possibly a private plan change by which it can be distinguished from the generality of other land surrounding the Clive Township. So essentially the officer's report, as I read it, is saying that what we're proposing for 63 Main Road Clive, we acknowledge it's a small site, and but it is not, as the officers say, an affront to the FDS, and it would make sense for it to be considered for future development, but maybe given its size, you may not want to include it actually as a feature in the FDS.
And your client would be happy for it not to be included as
Mr. Holder is not my client. We're neighbours.
I'm just used to you working in a different capacity, Mr. Tonks.
Yes.
So, Mr. Holder, would you be happy in terms of that alternate approach that Mr. Tonks has run through?
Yes, in view of what's been written there, yes.
Thank you. I'll just say, we did drive past the site on our site visits on Monday afternoon. Yesterday afternoon. It's all becoming a blur. Yes, we did have a look at it as we went past. I'll just see if my colleagues have any questions. No questions.
Simple. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you both. And our next submitter up this morning is submission 113, Willow View Terrace. And welcome back, Ms. Wild, and I assume you've got clients with you this time? So we have got the original submission in front of us, and we have your updated summary statement of evidence with us as well, Ms. Wild. So we have you allocated for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Misha Wild, and I, alongside Tim Wilkins, are representing Willow View Terraces Limited. I also have Roger Whiffen here, Director from Strategy Planning. We'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to the submission seeking inclusion of land at Mariah Kako into the FDS. I've read the hearings report and acknowledge the comments made by the officers in regard to rural and rural residential sites in the FDS being deferred to a separate process, and that this is to be completed under a rural residential strategy. We note under HPADS, the site was identified and included for future rural residential satellite development. The exclusion of any rural sites from within the FDS removes the opportunity to determine the extent, scale and location of rural development under a statutory process. It is our submission that the identification of land for future development should take into account all development opportunities for identifying future residential land to accommodate projected demand, particularly Tier 2 local authorities. Satellite development opportunities do play a role in accommodating population growth and present an opportunity to include a range of living options in the supply equation. We note that although referred to, no timeframe has been specified for the preparation of a rural residential strategy. The FDS, which replaces HPADS, is an appropriate process to identify all opportunities for these future residential developments. Policy 1 of the National Policy Statement for Urban Development states that planning decisions are to contribute to well-functioning urban environments and that this meets the needs for type, price, location of different households. Providing opportunity for residential development outside the main urban areas of Napier and Hastings assists in meeting this. The Mariah Kako site is approximately 20 kilometres west of Hastings. It is zoned rural, and with a total land area of approximately 75 hectares, and it is in the sole ownership of the Glazebrook family, who have been landowners within this area for generations and are active participants in this community. Willow View Terraces fully supports the approach to including alternative greenfield development in the FDS in the form of satellite settlements. This inclusion then provides the opportunity for closer investigation via structure planning and plan change processes to confirm that suitable on-site infrastructure can be provided and that these developments will avoid areas susceptible to natural hazards and risks. Investigation undertaken to date at this site indicates that the land area identified by Willow View Terraces can satisfy these matters. In terms of overall provision for growth, satellite communities present opportunities to provide lifestyle living options that differ from the main centre residential offerings, while also contributing to the vibrancy of and providing support to rural communities beyond. Satellite settlements such as the proposed Mariah Kako at Mariah Kako also function as rural community focal points. All of these elements contribute to a well-functioning urban environment at a district and regional scale. We consider it necessary for the FDS to consider these options in the context of how population growth is to be accommodated over time. Willow View Terraces seeks the opportunity for rural residential development being included in the FDS, and that inclusion of the site at Mariah Kako will provide an alternative supply of land to contribute to accommodating the district's required housing capacity. Noting that residential development at Mariah Kako would be over a short, medium and long-term timeframe, this would meet demand and capacity in a strategic manner over this timeframe. In terms of realising the opportunity at Mariah Kako, an indication of the type of development has been signalled by the concept structure plan that was included in our original submission. The scope envisions provision for limited commercial opportunities to serve the local residents as well as the wider rural community, which will limit the need to travel to Hastings for essentials. This will also help create the foundations for a cohesive satellite community. The draft FDS is reliant on intensification and greenfield development, with developers assuming the majority of the risk. In this regard, the establishment and provision of servicing infrastructure would be borne by the developer in the first instance, and thereon by the local community benefiting from those services. These matters would be addressed in more detail at a structure plan change. In conclusion, the Willow View Terraces site provides opportunity to signal an opportunity to provide for housing choice and lifestyle opportunities on a satellite format. Willow View Terraces also seeks the inclusion of this land over the short, medium and long-term time frame. To enable progression of development over time, inclusion of this land would enhance housing options as well. Rural settlement areas should be included in the FDS where appropriate. Thank you for your consideration. I'll hand you over to Tim.
Good morning. Look, I'm a rural property valuer and I'm giving expert evidence here independently. So first of all, I've got a few headings. First I want to discuss the soils. Well, the soils in this area are stony, free draining soil. It's not very productive land in terms of high productive land. It's really only good for dry sheep farming. It has a bit of grapes in the area. So in my opinion, it's ideally suited for a form of lifestyle residential development. I've also been asked to discuss, I work as a property expert in the land development field in Hawke's Bay for the last 25 years. And I've asked to discuss the suitability of this area for the type of development that's proposed by Willow Views. And in looking at this area, you look at Mariah Kako and it sits quite strategically to the west of the Hastings district. It's 15 minutes from town, but it actually covers a geological area of 20 to 30 kilometres in a west and south and southeast direction. So it's a very important hub to the rural area of the Hastings district. I've done a little bit of research of the Mariah Kako area and I've discovered that there's about 170 lifestyle blocks within a 5 kilometre radius of Mariah Kako, occupying 600 hectares, and there's about 700 people that live in that area. Now, on my research and looking around, there's about 13 vacant lifestyle blocks, which is a vacancy rate of 7.6%. Now, in our profession, that's considered to be dangerously low, and we should have a vacancy rate of 10 to 20%. That's recognised in all sectors, actually. So I was asked to kind of put this kind of a structure plan together, which I was involved in. So the structure plan's been carefully put together and will probably cater for 250 to 280 houses or sections, plus an additional 50 lifestyle blocks, which will certainly cover a lifespan of 30 years. You'd need to probably set it up so that the release of it also caters for the vacancy factors. So also looking at the design of this area, given that where it's located quite a bit out of town, you need to look at whether it can look after the water, and there is a bore in the area which can service the residential area with a change in use. And there's land, sufficient land to also have a wastewater field, commercial wastewater field, which has taken place in 2 other areas in Hastings district. And also there's already an existing lake out there to cater for the hydrology problems we now have around the Hastings district. Also, in my experience, I've noticed a lot of land the Hastings District Council have rezoned, and there's been problems with when you rezone some of this land, particularly smaller lifestyle blocks. There's an unwillingness from some of these people to actually be part of the zoning, and therefore they literally spike strip, we call it, and allowing the development to take place. So the important thing about what we're looking here for Willow View is we have a willing landowner who has the key infrastructural land areas to cover it, and also has the land area to service this area for 30 years. Plus, I do notice that there's been a submission made by the local community in support of it. Also looking at the servicing side of things, there's always a cost to the district, the ratepayers, to servicing something, particularly bringing infrastructure. In the case of this, the servicing will be contained within the development itself and paid for by the development. So the cost to the wider community is low. I'm fully in support, and I think this is a great proposal put together, and it should be included in the FDF.
Thank you. I'll see if we have any questions for you.
Sorry, just one. I suppose what officers have suggested, well, they haven't, there is no inclusion of this in terms of the officers' response, but have suggested the development of a rural strategy. I just kind of want to test your thoughts on what the officers have suggested there.
So within the hearings report, it did acknowledge that a separate rural strategy be prepared. However, along with that and what was said in the draft FDS is that there is no date included for producing this document. And so this is to provide some certainty, essentially, that rural and rural residential sites will actually have a chance for development and where those will be.
So it's a matter of timing or wanting some certainty around
timing, certainty that that a strategy isn't prepared in 15 years' time because it hasn't, it's been acknowledged, but that there's no parameter for expectation.
Right. Thank you.
No further questions from me. You were very clear this morning in terms of what's being sought. Thank you for the time to come and talk to the panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next submitters are submitter 18. So Robert Pattillo, hope I've pronounced that right, and Andrew Taylor from Surveying the Bay. If you'd like to come forward, please. Now, we do have your submission in front of us. So welcome, and we have you allocated for 10 minutes this morning.
Thank you, Commissioners. I've got something very simple that I'd like to just hand out, please. My name's Andrew Taylor. I'm a land surveyor, land development consultant based in Hastings. We've been working here as Surveying the Bay for over 20 years. My client is Mr. Robert Pattillo, and we've done bits and pieces for Robert for some years, including looking at this piece of land some years ago, which was set out in submission 18. We looked at Robert's land, which is out the back of Puketapu. You can see it on the map that's attached to the submission, or to my little summary, which is there are three little text boxes there, sort of on the left-hand edge, roughly centre of the page towards the top. One's showing the location of the Esk Valley, one's showing the Pattillo site with the circle, and the other one's showing the Dartmoor Valley. So that's Robert's land in there. As I say, we did look at it some years ago for a farm park type proposition, but then the GFC came and we put that on the back burner for quite a long time. So just read briefly to my summary. Surveying the Bay is a land development consultancy with a focus on subdivision of residential, commercial, industrial, rural and lifestyle. We have been fortunate to be involved in many quality lifestyle developments throughout Hawke's Bay. Hill Country Conservation Estate, Eskridge Farm Park and Riverside Lodges are prime examples. The option of lifestyle living is an important one to Hawke's Bay. That's your airplane magazine stuff that we see, and it's one of the things that I think that puts Hawke's Bay on the map big time when other people look at how attractive it is to live here. We were encouraged when future development strategy consultation sought feedback on the concept of satellite towns. We've seen how well these little developments work in the hills, away from hazards and away from highly productive lands. We're involved in a number of submissions which promote land we consider appropriate for this approach. the Pattillo site being one of them. We attended consultation meetings and only heard support for the satellite town area idea. We didn't hear anybody raising concerns with that in the meetings that we went to. So we're disappointed that the FTS is now deferring consideration of rural settlements. It's something that I've talked to Robert about. We encouraged Robert to lodge his submission. As you can see from the plan attached to us, this idea of satellite towns was nothing identified north of Napier, and we thought it was a great concept. We encouraged Robert to come on board and have a bit of a look, and we did a bit of work for him, along with Phil Mackay from Mitchell Dash, who lodged the submission on Robert's behalf. So we encourage Robert to do something, and when the final strategy or the final draft strategy comes out, it sort of says we're not looking at lifestyle subdivision. So we're a bit miffed. The Pattillo submission, the attached plan has been annotated to show where the site is located. As explained in submission 18, this has been between the Kaupaki Bay and Avery Road rural residential areas, but also close to Esk Valley, Puketapu, and the Dartmoor Valley areas which have lost population as a result of Cyclone Gabrielle. So those existing zones are largely taken up. There's still some capacity in Kaupaki Bay. There's a need here. So Cyclone Gabrielle is taken as led categorisation. I've got no problem with that at all. There was some houses in places where it shouldn't have been, and there's no need to perpetuate that. There's a need now north of Napier, which is not covered by the satellite town concepts and not satisfied by the existing zoning. Pattillo land is not within any planning overlays or subject to any natural hazards or classed as highly productive. High-level planning assessments have refined the extent of the proposed residential zone here as presented in the submission, and we support this submission for all the reasons set out by Phil Mackay. I believe inclusion of lifestyle options is an important part of any future development strategy for Hawke's Bay, and the Pattillo land is a very good option for these. I'd just like to add there that this, in response to Cyclone Gabrielle, Council initiated and it's become operative plan change 6, which is to allow lifestyle opportunities around or for displaced residents, and I don't think that that's been taken up at all. There's just some of it's come too late, but it's the provisions are quite hard, and we're after a smoother pathway, I guess, to encourage people to do some decent style development rather than mishmash of a few lifestyle blocks here, there, and everywhere, and that's what this submission responds to. Thank you for your time, and I'd like Mr. Pattillo now to speak to his submission.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for hearing us today. I'm just going to make a couple of comments from a practical and personal point of view. I represent a generation of landowners, farmers, which is finding it increasingly difficult to persuade our next generation to come and farm the land for 7 days a week for minimal return, and they'd rather do something else. The land we are referring to here is Land Use Capability 6, which is now dead in the crosshairs of the forestry industry. We are 10 kilometres behind Napier. It is unproductive land from a highly productive point of view. It is at best average pastoral land. The risk that we have is, as we try and succeed from our businesses, someone will come along and make an offer to our non-farming children, in my case, that they will find difficult to refuse. What we're proposing here is just a little pocket of development which will enable a business to succeed and retire the current owners and operators, put in place a strategy for the business to continue, and avoid the risk of wholesale forestry conversion, which is a real risk now, obviously. We are 10 kilometres behind Taradale. You see where we are on the map, and those that don't think that forestry is a threat, it certainly is. Thank you for listening to us today, and I appreciate your time. Tēnā koutou.
Well, thank you very much for coming in and talking to us this morning. I will see if any of my colleagues have questions for you.
No, thanks, but I mean, we're aware of the issues, and it's common to some of the other submissions we received, so we understand the submission points you're making. Thank you.
No questions from me. You've been very clear. Again, thank you for coming in this morning and talking to us. Mr. Taylor, can you please provide this electronically through to Caitlin? That would be much appreciated. Now, our next submitter up this morning is submission 98, Sandy Wilson. Good morning. We have your submission in front of us. So thank you for your submission. And we have you allocated for 10 minutes to talk to us this morning.
Good morning, panel members. I'd like to introduce to you today the Focus Mariah Kako Committee members in attendance. Murray Fitzsimmons, the chairman of the committee, Bill Glazebrook, and myself, Sandy Wilson, we are committee members. Our brief presentation to you this morning will be in two parts. I will focus on why you should include Mariah Kako in the FDS, and Bill will focus on how development in Mariah Kako could be achieved economically and with minimal cost to council. We would also be happy to invite questions at the end. Firstly, the Focus Mariah Kako Committee represents the political will of the community. There is clear evidence that the community supports future growth. This is reflected in the Mariah Kako Community Plan, which has been endorsed by the Hastings District Council. The plan articulates the need for a community hub and controlled growth. We feel this would support a plan for high to medium density growth surrounding the Mariah Kako village and hall, with larger residential sites in the outer lying areas of the village. A map has been included which identifies those areas and the potential capacity for growth in Mariah Kako. More importantly, however, is the fact that Mariah Kako has some very distinguishing characteristics that sets it apart from those other rural areas or satellite sites that were initially included in the early part of the process in formulating the draft FDS. The most distinguishing characteristic, in my opinion, is the uniqueness of Mariah Kako's location to existing urban areas. All of the other satellite sites are within reasonably close proximity to urban centres. Mariah Kako is not. It is the furthermost settlement southwest of Hastings, and it is at least 20 to 25 minutes from Hastings, 30 minutes to Havelock North, and 35 minutes to Napier. As such, Mariah Kako has become a staging point for those living as far out as Tikakino and Kereru, and in most cases, those residents living as far out as the Ruahine Ranges. Mariah Kako therefore services a large area of the rural community of Hawke's Bay. This is evidenced from those seeking trade persons and professionals on the Mariah Kako Community Surrounds page on Facebook. People in this community do not want to bring experts out from town because it costs. You get people looking for local builders, solar electricians, JPs, cleaners, pet care, and chimney sweeps, just to name a few. That is why continued growth in Mariah Kako is so important. We have already grown in recent years with the establishment of a new housing subdivision in Bellamy Lane. We have commercial entities establishing themselves in the area, with the Tupori Quarry and God's Own Brewery offering employment opportunities to the local residents. We have amenities such as the river walks, the hunting club and the sports ground, which make Mariah Kako an enjoyable place to live. And we have a highly reputable primary and intermediate school. We have investigated with Foodstuffs the viability of establishing a supermarket in the area, and they were keen to consider a potential site on State Highway 50 at some point in the future. We have established a community emergency and resilience centre in the Mariah Kako Hall since Cyclone Gabriel, which will service the wider area described in the event of a natural disaster. The bottom line is, members of the panel, Mariah Kako is simply ready for growth, and we need new growth to support the large rural community we serve. We can continue to grow Mariah Kako in two ways. You can include us in the FDS based on its unique potential, which Bill will cover, or you can make us wait for a rural strategy to be developed as recommended by Council. Our preference is obviously to be included in the FDS, but we would support the retention of HPUDs in the FDS by way of an appendix until a rural strategy is achieved. However, we recognise that waiting for a rural strategy would take considerable time and therefore slow our rate of growth. We desperately need a commercial hub and we need more housing. A way in which this could be achieved while we wait for a rural strategy is to request as part of your panel recommendations that the Hastings District Plan, which currently provides for land to be subdivided within a 1 kilometre radius of the Mariah Kako Community Hall, be amended to 3 kilometre radius of the hall. This land is ideal for high to medium density housing and would also support an identifiable area for a commercial hub.
Thank you. We've got 2 more minutes allocated in terms of your time slot. So over to you to speak quickly, Mr. Glazebrook. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy, for leaving me 2 minutes.
You're sorry.
So just to reiterate on what Sandy's saying, Mariah Kako has grown. We've been involved. I was invited onto the focus group committee maybe 5 years ago, and in our capacity as Willow View Terraces, as a point of advice on how Mariah Kako may proceed in its development and its ongoing growth. So with only 2 minutes to spare, I'll be brief, but we as a committee, we were encouraged to dedicate our time and consider and present and publish our local community's aspirations, which has been endorsed by the Mayor. We have put our case forward to the Council Executives at the appropriate timing and invitation to do so. All through this process, we've been encouraged and all indices that we're heading in the right direction. It is a bit of a surprise to be left out of the SDS in the context of that encouragement. Really, without the proper assessment of the Hastings District Council area as a whole, and consideration for all possible urban greenfield sites, the urban development strategy can't be considered complete. Accordingly, needless mistakes may eventuate, for example, the ongoing encroachment of urban development over Class 1 soils, and really just a nibbling away at the outskirts doesn't provide leadership and what have you for the next, in my view, doesn't provide leadership for the next 30 years. The council offer a lot of factors into the thematic spatial scenarios, and one for Willow View Terrace, and they talk about the cost of upgrading existing infrastructure. For Curie Road areas proposed by Willow View Terraces and supported by our committee, existing core infrastructure provided by council is 1 bridge and 2 kilometres of mainly straight road. For the greater area, as per the supply plan, which Sandy refers to, which you have a copy of, the expanded area, or road area, goes from maybe 1 to 2 kilometres at Wakapura Road to 4 to 5 kilometres of Curie Road. If you take that area into consideration and what is truly possible without blinkers or preconceptions, I suggest the results will be stunning and far-reaching into the future for very minimal cost to the council. And if that sort of vision and leadership that we require, if this is lost, if this sort of initiative is lost in Mariah Kako now, as one, the opportunity may close in the immediate proximity, as us as landowners seek other ways of progressing through to our funerals, basically, because we're of an age where this is not going to be of any material benefit to us.
Mr. Glazebrook, unfortunately, I'm going to have to call time there. We have gone over the 10 minutes allocated. I do see that you were talking to notes, though. So if you would please provide those through to Caitlin, that would be very helpful. And same with you, Ms. Wilson, if you could please pass your notes that you're speaking from on to Ms. Wilson, on to Caitlin, it would be much appreciated. So thank you for coming and talking to us. We did have Mr. Wilkins and Ms. Wild for another submission come and talk to us before about Mariah Kako, so we have heard about it already this morning as well. Thank you very much for coming and talking to us. We'll now move to our next submitter 14, Noel Bates. If you'd like to come forward, Mr. Bates. Now, Mr. Bates, we have your submission in front of us, and we also have your presentation that you provided to us in advance. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the chance to present my submission. My name is Noel Bates. I live at, well, thank you, Pukatichi Road, 6 minutes up the Pukatichi Road, 13 minutes from the airport, 12 minutes from the nearest supermarket, and probably 15 minutes to Taradale. I don't want to talk specifically about my property. What I've come up with is what I think is a more generalised suggestion in relation to rural residential housing development in the area. So from your initial document that you've supplied to us, the background document, you've got a number of goals in there. You're looking, as you know, to 16,000 odd developments, the bulk, or good half of which is going to come from urban infill, and the balance from greenfield areas. A variety of homes, type, price and location. Oh, there we go. You wish to avoid coastal inundation, flooding, tsunami, use of highly productive land, and you obviously have environmental concerns as well. And last not least, you want to more efficiently use existing infrastructure. So you know all about this, you've told us this. So my suggestion is, I've termed it rural infill, as a homage to the urban infill. As I say, it springs from my situation. I've got 9 hectares. It's shaped like a pea. The leg of the pea is very productive flat lands, and the bulge of the pea is unproductive hill type land where my house is. But there's this, I could easily put another 4, maybe 6 residences up there. And I just think that kind of makes sense. What I'm suggesting is that you allow subdivision of rural zone land, which is what I'm zoned, in a band of, say, 20 minutes drive from the CBD. So I'm generalising it not just to my property, that the land would need to be of low quality hill type, and so exclude the productive flatlands. So subdivision as small as 0.25 hectares, that's a bit tongue in cheek. Frankly, I don't know how small. One of the key factors there was whether you could have a septic tank, frankly, serviced by that would be a determining factor. So what I just did here very boldly, I just took a map of the area and I did a band that I just simply approximated. There's no science involved in this, around Napier and Hastings. And that comes in at 295 square kilometres. So if, for example, 20% of that land was converted to residences, that's 59 square kilometres. At 1 hectare per residence, that's 5,900 possible residences. So then I put together a table. So I, as you see along the top there, 10%, 20%, 30% of that 295 square kilometres was converted into residences at sizes of residential sites of 0.5 kilometre, 1, 2.5. So there are the numbers of possible residences that could be made available in the area. And it's obviously quite sizable. So just looking at the current residential subdivision restrictions, because this is about subdivision, it's not about allowing more building on existing sites, it's about subdivision, so you get title. Obviously, that's the key. I understand that I could put another house on my site, but I can't get title to it, so it's kind of meaningless for me. So minimum of the key thing is that residential land. If you subdivide, excuse me if I'm telling you guys how to suck eggs, but I did this for me, so I'd understand it. Minimum residential residual land of 20 hectares, so obviously I can't subdivide. Maximum of 1 lifestyle subdivision every 3 years, I understand. And there's quite complex and onerous requirements and procedures around subdivision. And I'll come back to this, but I think this is also quite a problem. And there's a whole range of fees and charges. So that's what we've got right now. What I'm proposing is that in the area surrounding Napier-Hastings, within 20 minutes drive of the CBD, you allow greater subdivision. That it needs to be hill quality, low quality hill type lands, not the flats. And I say a minimum of 0.25, not sure about that. And the key factor is you have to be able to support a septic tank. So what I'm not suggesting is that you change the zoning. We're zoned rural. I don't think you should change it to rural residential, because that would allow too much good productive land to be converted. So and I don't know about the technicalities, the legalities of it, but I would have thought since the district council set the subdivision rules, they could allow some form of exception in this 20 minutes drive band and hill country type land for conversion and subdivision. And comprehensive native planting plan. One of the key things, interesting, my wife is very active in the environmental area. If you actually look at a lot of the rural residential areas, they're very environmentally friendly. You look at variety, you look at the planting, the tree planting that goes on in variety. I know our property, we've got sort of 9 hectares. My wife's birding people all go out for walks through all these wild places. They come back to our place for coffee. They see more birds at our place than they see when they go out to a lot of these native bush areas. So I think conversion of a lot of these rural sites to residential was not negative environmentally. Benefits of such a proposal would be, well, you could possibly conceive of something like 6,000 additional residential sites made available. Minimal direct cost to the local authorities. There's not a huge amount of work, not a lot of roading or water reticulation or rubbish collection. You're just using all the existing infrastructure that's there, just using it better, quite frankly. Impact on infrastructure is always spread over a wide area. Well, that's the same comment. And it future-proofs in terms of rising sea levels and flooding. I mean, if in the long term, Napier and Hastings, I believe, have to migrate into the hills. I don't know what it's going to look like in 100 years' time if global warming kicks along as they're talking, saying it is going to. Then there's got to be much more conversion of the rural land into residential, into the hills. And, well, it can have a positive environmental impact. So, I just disclosed there what I am. I stand to make a profit from subdividing my property. Actually, I wouldn't do it. We're too old for that. We don't want our property disrupted. But I might progress it to sort of a concept idea, and it would add to value to my property when we went to sell it. But I also have a strong interest in the expedient development of my area. It's not just self-promotion, is the word. That's my lot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bates, and thank you for running us through your presentation. That was really helpful and certainly helped clarify exactly what you were seeking in your submission. I'll just see if we have any questions for you.
But you agree completely. That's fantastic. Thank you very much.
I can't promise you that at this point, unfortunately. Thank you. Yes.
I think what you're describing, a term of art, is an overlay which sits over the top of a existing zone, but it's the points you're making are well understood.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in and talking to us.
Okay, cheers.
Our next submitter up this afternoon is submitter 86, Ian Grieve and Mutiny Hills Limited. If you'd like to come up, and we have you allocated for 10 minutes.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so this submission is on behalf of Ivan Grieve and Mutiny Hills Limited. With me on my left is Georgia Hutton from Mutiny Hills Limited. Mr. Grieve's unable to be here today. So what I propose to do is to give a brief synopsis of the submission and my evidence, and then Georgia will speak from her perspective as landowner and Hawke's Bay resident. So I'm taking the submission and evidence as read, which you clearly have done. So these submitters have been involved throughout the process from the call for opportunities time. So a submission was made at that time, and then subsequently a submission to the draft FDS. So the land is located, it's near to Pakipaki. I'm not sure if you've gone south in your field trip so far, but it's only 5 minutes to the south of Hastings and Havelock North, the first hills that rise up at the bottom of the plains. So the land is elevated, desirable for lifestyle residential development. It's consistent with the key FDS strategic objectives relating to locating development off highly productive land and clear of natural hazards, and it would form a logical extension of an existing rural residential zone off Enfield Drive. So it immediately adjoins that land, and it would provide a lifestyle choice option. So once again, the submitters are asking for their land to be identified in the FDS as a rural residential option. If the panel aren't minded to do that, it's requested an alternative recommendation, which would effectively provide some direction to enable consideration via a private land change process, which under the current policies and objectives of the RPS and district plan is quite difficult. So that's all I've got to say. I'll now ask Georgia to talk from her perspective, and then we'll be happy to take questions. Thank you.
I'd just like to add that, from my perspective, I think that Havelock and Hastings is lacking rural residential areas of 1 hectare close to Havelock and Hastings. I've got lots of friends that would love to live on a 1 hectare site that they can't find available in this area, and lots of friends that want to move to Hawke's Bay and have a bigger backyard for their children that you can't get when you're in Havelock and Hastings. You know, that's urban size house lots. The farm itself is not suitable for farming. Ivan Grieve, who we're doing this application with, he told me this morning that he hasn't had sheep or cattle on his property for 4 months. It's very dry hill country land, and it already adjoins Enfield Drive, which is a development just to the right of it, which is rural residential. So it just makes sense. It's very compatible, I think, to just extend that already existing development for rural residential, so people have the opportunity to live on a nice size plot that isn't a lifestyle section larger than 1 hectare. There's quite a few lifestyle sections around, and not many people with a family necessarily want to be on a lifestyle section because there's so much work involved, whereas 1 hectare is fantastic. You can have the big backyard, but you don't have to manage all the paddocks with the livestock that you don't have, etc. We're farmers living on a lifestyle section. It's actually really difficult. And we have access to livestock whenever we want it, and we still find it hard to graze the paddocks. And we graze all our neighbours' paddocks for them because they can't. So I think it's quite a good idea. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Georgia. You're happy to take any questions from the panel?
Thank you. I will see if we have questions. No questions from me either, but just to reassure you, Ms Hutton, we have heard from Mr Mackay and others on similar submissions over the last 3 days, so it's not to say that, well, we've asked a lot of questions around rural residential development already, so don't think that us not asking you is that we're not interested. It's just we have heard a lot already. Mr Mackay certainly has been quite clear for you and for other clients about why this change is sought. So thank you for coming in and talking to us this afternoon. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I can just say this is the last time I'll be appearing before you, but I'd just like to thank you and the panel. Very much appreciated your thorough preparation, reading all of the material, and also just to acknowledge the staff. I know a lot of effort goes into these exercises, so yeah, thank you all for your work and the opportunity to appear before you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mackay. Our next submitter up this afternoon is Karen Davidson, submission 68. If you'd like to come forward. Now we have your submission in front of us, and we have read it through, and we have 10 minutes allocated for you this afternoon. Thank you.
I'm Karen, and this is my husband John to support me. We reside at 47 Gilpin Road, Havelock North. It's been our family home for the last 30 years. Today we're here to advocate for the reclassification following the removal of our property from the FDS, and we just urge you to take some account several critical points and concerns that we have with regarding this proposal. So 9 years ago we received a letter of notification indicating that our property was identified as suitable for the future urban development as per the Hiratonga Plain strategy. This classification provided us with a sense of reassurance. However, that reality of our situation has now shifted. Our property has become financially unsustainable, a burden by escalating costs such as rates, regional rates, water rates, public liability insurance, among many other operational costs. So when the council in the 70s allowed this land to be all subdivided, they destroyed the viability. They, in effect, made these blocks into lifestyle blocks, too small for any impractical productive use. It has turned into an economic drain rather than an asset, and now no longer an enjoyable lifestyle as we are going to be built up from Middle Road and also Te Ati Road. Just hearing this other lady, she says that lifestyle blocks are very hard to sustain, which totally agree. The 3 hectare block is simply impractical for any agricultural leasing agreements. It has a limited scale to produce the volume required for any business due to the small area and drains running through our property. Purchasing small quantities of herd stock is also proven challenging, as most agents can only source larger quantities and we can't sustain those. Hay harvesting can only produce enough for our feed and stock. So our land is really a life sentence at the moment. As water resources dwindle, obtaining necessary water rights and consents have become increasingly difficult and very costly. Now, I just want to say the reason why we don't think rural lifestyle together work is the increasing presence of dogs within the Iona development will pose additional stress on our stock. For example, there was an incident that occurred in Middle Road last year, closer to the village. They had residential properties across from them. The farmer reared pigs. Families did enjoy that, enjoyed feeding them. These had to be removed after too many incidents of domestic dog maulings. His piglets over the few months. Keeping our properties dog-proof is beyond the capability and means of us. The CDL across the road with the dense population raises significant concerns about how we will manage our land. Activities such as spraying for thistles, fertilising, using heavy machinery may become contentious due to the safety and operational challenges and noise. We frequently endure sleepless nights from noises and disturbances, including harvesters, helicopters, windmills, and for frost protection. We accept this because we enjoy the rural living. We feel the mushroom farm was a good example of this, that rural residential subdivisions aren't the answer, as there's always complainers. Will there be any new resource consents put upon us? We don't know. We have been repeatedly assured that the new development will significantly reduce our water flow to our property by 80%. However, we are faced with the reality having to lose land for drainage easements and roading along Middle and Gilpin Road to do this, which further compromised our situation with more, even smaller parcel of land to work with. We really have no question, we have the question, the pressing need for collaboration between the council and the regional council to ensure proper maintenance on drains and culverts for the new system to flow without obstructions. Over the past efforts, we have addressed the neglected state of Gilpin Road culverts and drains for the past 20 years. This has proven little confidence in the effectiveness of the new drain system. As a regional council have not maintained the drains and we continue in this manner, the council will compromise our land greatly. If our land was able to be developed, developers could again engineer our land and continue what they have started up in the Iona subdivision. We would hope the newly installed services along Middle Road are intended to enhance existing and future residential areas effectively, making our property a logical candidate for expansion. This expansion would promote affordable housing and support sustainable growth. A pressing need as Havelock continues to evolve.
Our property is perfectly positioned for residential development, close to the village, and support walking, cycling and mobility scooters, all options to alleviate the Havelock North parking pressures. It is a desirable area with a popular place for retirement, even for out-of-towners. Aged care residents are increasing and we continue as the population ages. Our land offers an easy solution as it is flat, easy to build on, close to the village with access to town services. Our land is free from many hazards, such as tsunamis, coastal hazards, landslides and floods, which you probably already know. We are not by the coastal area, unlike the new subdivision in Te Wanga. We are not below sea level, unlike new subdivisions put forward in Napier. We are not sitting on highly productive land, unlike Havelock Road. As we said, there is no reason why our property should be excluded. In conclusion, the long-term housing needs in Havelock necessitate thoughtful expansion, and we cherish our rural lifestyle, yet the reality of living in close proximity to ongoing developments now brings an unsettling uncertainty. We urge you to consider our perspectives and the realities that we face, and we respectfully ask for your support in pursuing the reclassification of the land to include it back into the FDS. I'd just like to also continue what this lady had said about the council are putting forward to intensification in the Havelock area. Not everyone agrees and not everyone wants to live again in a pocket. I don't feel it is healthy for our children coming into the future. They need land, and I know this by grandchildren, the ones that are in pockets and the ones that are out on a bit of more land who've got a safe backyard to play in. So just like the council to address that not everybody wants to live in a shoebox. We want sizable sections still to remain within the close proximity of Havelock North. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I saw you were speaking to... Can you please provide a copy of those to Caitlin after this? Now, did you see the officers' report recommendations?
Officers' report recommendations? No.
Okay, so the officers have recommended that Middle Road is put back in as an identified growth area. Our role is then to make recommendations back to the councils as to whether that should occur or not. And we did have a look at Middle Road area on Monday afternoon on our site visit, so we are familiar with it. I'll just see if my colleagues have any questions. No questions. Thank you very much for coming and talking to us this afternoon.
Thanks.
Now, Mr. Lawson, welcome back with your clients, CDL Land Limited, and I can confirm we have received a lot of, thankfully, electronic material.
That's good, because I've got all the authors here for questions. Do you want to sit at the table, or are you happy to ask some questions from there?
If we ask any questions of your experts, they are welcome to come and join you. Otherwise, we'll just start with you, Mr. Lawson. And as you would have heard me say to Mrs. and Mr. Davidson, we have visited Middle Road. We did that on Monday afternoon, so we are aware of its location and the surrounding area as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again for the opportunity to present. And as you've noted with the previous submitter, the recommendation of the officer is for these sites to be reintroduced or put back into the future development strategy. And excuse me, CDL obviously support that recommendation. And
having asked for half an hour time for making submissions, and that in turn was related to the expert evidence that we felt compelled to put in. It's possible that we don't need that whole half an hour, but as detailed in the evidence of Mr. Adams, he is the one person who has taken ill and wasn't able to fly down here this morning, but we have another representative of CDL if there are any questions. But as detailed in Mr. Adams' evidence, the CDL is a very long-term player in the property development market throughout New Zealand and in Hastings, but not particularly in Hastings. They operate throughout the country, and I think they are actually the biggest property developer in the country. But commensurate with their long-term sustainable approach to property development, and it's noted in Mr. Adams' evidence, they don't have standalone companies for each development. They stand by their product. It's the same company that was formed in some 34 years ago that is undertaking development today. So it is that is part of the commitment they have in standing behind the developments that they do. But commensurate with that, Commissioners, is still the concern that the FDS fails to properly address some aspects of things, and in particular, you would have read the evidence of Mrs. Landon in relation to infrastructure, and Mr. Heath in relation to the property economics and how there appears to be a hole in retirement type housing. And as I say, commensurate with CDL's commitment as a substantial player, those are shortcomings that we still consider need to be addressed in the FDS. The infrastructure issues simply don't arise in the case of CDL and the middle road land, and the inclusion of HN3A and 3B back into the FDS alleviates the concerns to some extent in that, at least in the short term, there is there are areas where development can occur in a way that they can be readily integrated with infrastructure. So there are short-term solutions, but in terms of the longer term, there are still shortcomings in terms of that development, and we would expect that would be. It's probably not possible to address that in this round, but certainly any review would have to start looking at how infrastructure planning is actually going to be integrated into this FDS. So with those sort of wider context comments, it's CDL position that the HNA 3A and HN 3B and 3A should both be included back into the future development strategy. They should not have been omitted in the first place, and their reintroduction will alleviate the need for judicial review type proceedings to look at the sort of information or lack of information which formed the basis of their exclusion in the first place. That's not a matter for you. The simple solution is that these areas are required in order to meet the imperatives of the MPS and the competitiveness allowance, and also to accommodate the matters raised by Mr. Stickney and Mr. Heath, that some of the areas identified may not be developed, may prove to be too difficult or too costly to develop, and that comes back to the infrastructure planning. And we need that flexibility in the FDS to be able to accommodate those contingencies. And that's why there's the sort of the 15 and 20% allowances contemplated in the MPS. So I'm not going to waste any more time unless with making legal submissions when I don't think I need to. But happy to answer any questions, and obviously the experts are all here available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson. Always like to hear from Mr. Heath.
That's a
And Mr. Stickney, would you like to come up as well? Just obviously the evidence that we received from you was in advance or around the same time that we received the council's report. So interested from both of you if you had any particular comment in addition to the evidence that you have already provided to us. So anything else you want to say that's not covered with what we've already got in front of us? That's within the scope of the submission.
From me, I haven't, once I was told that it was in, I haven't given a great deal of time and effort into looking at the justification for why it was put back in. Unless it's addressed some of the concerns I raised in my original brief of evidence, if they remain unaddressed, then those concerns still remain about my commentary on the FDS and its robustness of the work that's done. I might just taking a step back, and the concern I have is it appears a very spreadsheet-driven calculative process, and that isn't well grounded in practice or in reality. And Mr. Lawson obviously raised the issue with retirement. You know, we can't expect retirement development to be dominated by infill housing. The largest growth market for smaller topologies is the over 65 market, 65-year-old market. And to provide a full continuum of care operation, you need roughly in the order of 8 to 10 hectares. That's the general size of the retirement villages. To find 8 to 10 hectares lying around brownfield sites is extremely difficult because they would have been developed already if they're lying around. So I'm finding with not just here, but in a lot of parts of the country, that particular sector hasn't been well addressed in terms of the demands over the next 30 years. And it's pushing a lot of those actual, the retirement villages to the fringe locations of urban areas, to greenfield areas, which in itself creates a lot of inefficiencies in terms of access to services and things that they require. So I just think more emphasis and understanding of that particular sector would have been helpful for the FDS. Other than that, I've got a level of, I've still got my residual concerns about the MCA and how that was scored and these particular sites. But the fact is now they've recommended it to be put back in, and I've got a level of comfort around that from an economic perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Heath. Mr. Stickney?
Look, very, very briefly, good morning, or good afternoon. There was some comments made in the multi-criteria analysis, and I share Mr. Heath's concerns that some of that perhaps was not considered through thoroughly. There were some constraints identified in respect of parks and connectivity and access to other parks. Development of this scale, and noting that the Iona development currently underway on the other side of the road that you would have seen has made some significant recreational space set aside, and particularly linking right up into the hills to Lane Road. The benefit of this site from a design perspective being included is, as I raised yesterday on behalf of another submitter, is once again significant of areas of land will be required for stormwater attenuation, and modelling so far shows that we have a positive outcome in terms of some of the issues that submitters have raised and the inundation issues that currently plague this area. once again, the opportunity to consider linking all of those up cohesively and maximising opportunities for connectivity through the development. So I actually see that as an opportunity with the scale of this development and the Iona development on the other side of the road to actually create some recreational and community assets which there's sufficient catchment around to support them functioning effectively and becoming assets that can be used by the wider community. I would say, and I know there were some discussions the other day when I was observing here about reverse sensitivity. And obviously here we have a situation where the vast majority of the external perimeter of these two growth cells is surrounded or will be surrounded by residential development. Gilpin Road running down the far side of the growth cell, obviously that is an interface that we will have to work with carefully. In terms of the existing environment, however, there are currently no large-scale pack house processing facilities in operation there, but it's just to reassure you it's something that we're very aware of, and you would have seen those preliminary cross-sections through that. There'll be further refinement work on that done, and my preference would be to try and limit connectivity and access to Gilpin Road from this development and try and focus it back towards Havelock in a way that we can minimise those potential for reverse sensitivity effects arising. And unless there's any other further questions, that's probably all I need to articulate.
Thank you. I will see if my colleagues have any questions. Questions? No. No questions, thank you. Thank you for the time and coming and talking to us, and thank you for all the material provided to us to read. Thank you, Mr. Lawson, coming and talking to us again.
Yes, thank you.
Good luck with what is no doubt quite a difficult process, particularly given some of the things that have been raised by.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now adjourn, well, unless any of the submitters we have down to here this afternoon. We have Davidson again. Is that the same Davidson? Oh, okay, right. Well, we'll adjourn now and we'll reconvene at 1:40 when we'll be hearing from T&J McKenna. Okay, everyone, it's 1:40, so we will recommence on our last day of hearings. The first submitter we have up to speak to us in this session is T&J McKenna, submission 63. If you'd like to come forward. Hello again, Ms Wild. So we have 10 minutes allocated to you this afternoon, and thank you for providing evidence in advance.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Misha Wild, and I am representing Tony, who is with me today, as well as Janice McKenna, and supported by Roger, Director of Strategy Planning. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to the submission for HN3A, and these are located along Middle Road, We take the approach that inclusion of HN3A and HN3B are to be considered as a whole. I've read the hearings report and support the officer's recommendation to amend the FDS to re-include these sites within the FDS. As you're aware, the land within HN3A and HN3B are zoned plains production, bordered by Middle Road, Te Aute Road and Gilpin Road. Both Middle Road and Te Aute Road are primary collector routes from Havelock North, which are of a classification to support this level of housing capacity that we seek. Currently, the land parcels within these sites are fragmented by multiple ownerships and are of areas that limit the economic viability for land-based production. The receiving environment has changed considerably with the increasing levels of urban development along Middle Road and Te Aute Road. In the instance of the McKenna land, theirs is a small land parcel within HN3A, abutting and adjacent to Havelock North General Residentially Zoned land. The wider HN3 areas are bordered by existing established residential development along the recently rezoned land, which is under development as the Iona subdivision, and a substantial retirement village along Te Aute Road. Here we note that in this context has been sufficiently described by other submitters. Those submissions have also commented in relation to productivity limitations associated with fragmentation and reverse sensitivity issues, to the extent that the ability to undertake productive horticultural land uses has become essentially constrained. We agree with the findings in the officer's report that HN3A and HN3B is not suited for long-term retention as production land, and that it is suited for greenfield development. We agree with the officer's comments that this land is compromised by the surrounding land uses, whilst the officer considers the site as lacking a natural boundary, if zoned. Gilpin Road is the logical western boundary, and this boundary could be reinforced by specific measures which are to be confirmed via any structure planning process, i.e. a green belt. We agree that inclusion in the FDS will assist in meeting housing capacity projections for Hastings, and it is suitably located, with ready access to public transport, the Havelock North Town Centre, and access to infrastructural services for extensions. In terms of timing, we identify HN3A and HN3B for greenfield development to be within the short to medium period, and this is appropriate given the current development occurring within Iona, and with potential for efficiencies to be coordinated for the upgrading of infrastructure. We thank you for your time and consideration of HN3A for future greenfield development within the FDS. Tony has some comments to make in terms of his site specifically.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the panel. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you. Misha has laid out clearly the relevant legal and technical aspects to our submission, as have some prior contributors to the HN3 land holdings. From a personal point of view, our experience has been our land, which forms part of HN3A, has no potential for horticultural activity. Proximity to residential neighbours, access constraints and an inability to irrigate, just some of the challenges we face. In contrast to this, the availability of infrastructure at the road, public transport close to our gate, and less than a 10-minute walk to the village centre, which we have done many times, suggest that we should be included in the FDS. Having read as much information as possible and given it a great deal of thought and consideration, the best closing statement I could provide is taken from the report for the hearings panel on submission, which states under their recommendations that the draft FDS be amended to include HN3A and HN3B sites at Middle Road. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Ms Wild, I saw you were speaking from some updated notes. Will you provide those through to Caitlin?
Yes, I can send those through to Caitlin.
Okay, thank you. I'll just see if we have any questions for you, but obviously before lunch we heard from a few people about Middle Road. No questions. Thank you. We did hear from several submitters about this area prior to lunch, so getting quite familiar with it. Thank you for your time this afternoon coming and talking to us.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And our next submitter up this afternoon is Karen Deere and Lance Deere, submission 66. So good afternoon. We have your submission in front of us and we have you allocated for 10 minutes this afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Karen Deere. I have lived on my land at 150 Middle Road for 52 years. I support this land going back into the FDS and feel my long residency there can give a reasonably knowledgeable perspective on the issues under discussion. When my husband and I first purchased this block in 1972, our land and others surrounding it could be productive. However, for the last 10 to 15 years, production on these small blocks, many without water consents, has not been viable. I have offered my area of 4.5 hectares to many contractors and growers. All have been rejected, size and water being the issue. Fertility does not mean productivity. My land is not the rural paradise it was. It is now in close proximity to a church, a retirement village, and is directly opposite a large new subdivision. All this adds to the difficulty in trying to keep weeds, such as Californian thistle, and the newly inherited noxious weed Datura under control. This latter came from the soil movements surrounding me. Uncontrolled rabbits are also a real issue to production. I actually unearthed a burrow containing 5 young on Monday morning in my vegetable garden, to give you an example. Furthermore, in an earlier submission regarding the Iona subdivision, I stated that in order to make sure stormwater and surface flooding issues were correctly engineered directly to the Karamu stream, all the land from the elevated Iona Road to Te Aute Road should be included. I still feel that this is the correct course. This area also has natural urban boundaries, with the current roading curbing further incursion. It was heartening to read that the council was in agreement on these points. So in conclusion, these are the reasons I support this land being returned to the FDS. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Deere, is it?
It is.
Thank you for coming and talking to us today. I do note you were speaking from notes.
Yes.
If you can make those available to Caitlin afterwards.
She's welcome if she can read them.
Yes, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
We have, as you would have heard, we have heard from quite a few people today about Middle Road. We did also go out on Monday afternoon and have a look at the area as well. So we are aware of the area that you are talking about. You've been very clear in terms of the issues that you see are facing Middle Road and the relief that you're seeking as well. So thank you for that. I'll just see if my colleagues have any questions. Very clear. Thank you very much for making the time to come and talk to us today. Our next submitter up, running a bit ahead of time, is Brent Davidson, submission 70. Hello, Mr. Davidson. We have your submission in front of us at the moment, and we have you allocated for 10 minutes.
Is that it there? Can you hear that? Okay.
You turned it off.
How do I do that? Don't hold it down. Oh, okay. My name is Brent Davidson, and I'd like to start by thanking you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to listen and consider our submissions today. I'm here to talk about my residence at 166 Middle Road, which is approximately a 4.4 hectare section between 47 Gilpin Road and 150 Middle Road, which is also in the HN3B block, which is up for consideration, and directly across the road from the Ina block development, which is currently underway now. I've been living there for nearly 25 years, and in that time I've seen significant change with the urban development in the area. What once was a quiet road used by farmers, transporters and a handful of residents is now a busy thoroughfare, and now with the addition of street lighting, a proposed footpath, and now a 50k speed zone, it's just a natural progression of urban spread. Given the infrastructure is in place in Middle Road, including power, fibre, sewage, gas and town water, it just seems logical to me that our block should be developed in a similar direction. This approach aligns with the government's national policy statement on urban development. Furthermore, our location is highly desirable with easy access to Havelock North, local schools, public transport, restaurants and bars, local GPs, and yes, you can even get Uber Eats. And with easy access to Hastings and surrounds. I believe that our block HN3B is well situated for development, and I urge you to consider our submission carefully. Thank you for your time again. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Davidson. And you will have heard me say that what I've said the last couple of times. We have gone out to Middle Road. We have heard what the issues are in terms of facing residents in that area at the moment. Appreciate you coming and talking to us. I'll just double check if we do have any questions for you. No questions for you. And in terms of your speaking notes, again, if you could pass those on to Caitlin, that would be incredibly helpful. Thank you. Now, we are running some 25 minutes ahead of schedule. I can see you up there, Mr. Garden-Hopkins. We'll wait a few minutes until it's confirmed that they're available. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So welcome to submitters 89, Mana Ahuriri. Thank you, Mr. Gardner-Hopkins, for all the material provided to us in advance. I am not promising you that we have read all of it. Certainly my focus was on the matters more at a strategic level rather than at a level down, if you understand that. We have you allocated for half an hour this afternoon, and thank you for sending through the speaking notes. I think it was quite early this morning. I have read them, but I'm not sure if my colleagues have or not, but certainly we have time allocated. So in your hands now, thank you.
Tēnā koutou, thank you. And maybe just before I lead off, we'll just invite a short mihi.
A tēnā tātou. Ko te rua te pai ko te whānga e kāinga tō te ata, e kāinga ka awatia, e kāinga ka ahi e tamahi. Anei rā mātou, a ngā māngai o ngā hapu e whitu ahuriri, e mihi kau atu ana kia koutou. E ngā rangatira, e ngā pau o tēnei waka, ngā kaihautu e mihi kau atu ana kia koutou. Kua hui mai nei a mātou ki te whiti kōrero, ki te kōrero e pāna tō mātou nei, taonga tuku iho o te whanganui a o rotu. O reira, kāri tēnei he mihi toroa engari me mihi mahana kia koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Just on behalf of our rōpū here from Mana Ahuriri Trust and our holdings company, thank you for allowing us to come and submit in regards to our precious taonga, te whanganui a o rotu, also known as the Ahuriri Farm. So, kia ora.
Now, just before you do start, Mr. Gardner-Hopkins, we didn't go onto the site, but certainly we were able to view the site yesterday afternoon. We drove up and down the highway and had a good look, and we did go onto the airport grounds as well.
Thank you.
I te mea kua timata I ro te tikanga me tū ki te whakoki te mihi ki a koe o te rā ki koutou katoa mai e mātou. E ara enei ngā rangatira, ko koutou ke e ranga ana I ngā tira huri no I te whaitua. Nō reiri rungi tērā nei rā ka mihi atu ki a koe. Me te tuko te rā ki a koutou tēnei wā, tēnā koutou katoa.
Thank you. Look, I will just speak very briefly.
as I think I said in my speaking notes, the real value we see for the panel is hearing from the witnesses and being able to ask questions. But just very briefly, by way of introduction, I'm James Gardner-Hopkins. I'm a resource management consultant. I have a legal background, but I'm not here as a lawyer. I've been assisting Mana Ahuriri for some time now with a number of its projects. And it is great to be here in terms of the FDS process and seeing this to hopefully a positive conclusion. And it has some history. Mana Ahuriri has been working with the partner councils as part of the joint committee in terms of developing the draft FDS and is very pleased to be able to talk to this independent panel about where it's come from and where it currently sits. And of course, this FDS process feeds into a number of other matters. There is the proposed PDP that is underway at the moment. And really just for the panel's information, the rezoning submissions made by Mana Ahuriri in respect of the PDP are being heard on the 29th of July. And they are seeking rezoning of Ahuriri Station through that process. And then sitting to the side, but not completely irrelevant, just to note that Ahuriri Station is listed in the Fast Track Approvals Act schedule, and so it is also open for Mana Ahuriri to seek a resource consent through the fast track process for the station. So really that's just, I guess I just wanted to make those points by way of context. Unless there are questions as to sort of process for me, my preference is to hand over to the witnesses.
Happy for you to hand over to your witnesses, thank you.
Great, thank you. I'll invite Mike to lead off.
Ngā mihi kia koutou katoa, ko hei pipi te maunga. Te huka wai o nganga te awa, ko Ngāti Kahininu me Ngāti Pikiao me Ngai Tahu Ngā Iwi, ko Petane te marae. Tēnei he uri no Henare Pōhio, he mihi atu nei, ko Mike Pōhio tōku ingoa. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā rā tātou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity to address you all at this FDS hearing today. We stand at a point in the history of Hawke's Bay. We recognise those who have gone before and who have fought so hard for what we have available to us. We stand looking into the future for the people we represent. We stand envisioning the future of our region and through that, our country. We stand bound by Te Tiriti at our core as partners, around which we aspire and grow together. We must not miss the opportunity to advance the interest of all, united. That opportunity for unity rests with the confirmation of inclusion of Ahuriri Station in the PDP and FDS. Significant mahi has gone into the process with our partner councils. We are grateful for the mahi that has been done, and especially the thought that has gone into finding common ground, especially common ground on principles of partnership and fulfilment of aspirations. We are pleased to have reached agreement with the partner councils as to the inclusion of Ahuriri Station in the FDS. While this does not automatically mean that Ahuriri Station must be included in the PDP, it is a strong direction towards that. To provide context for this, I briefly address the parallels as to what Waikato Tainui aspired for in respect of Ruakura and has now transpired, so the panel can understand those parallels and what has ultimately transpired in that context. As you know, Waikato Tainui was the first iwi to settle in 1995. That settlement was for Raupatu, 1.2 million of acres of land that was confiscated. Due to the significant loss of life, Waikato Tainui could not settle for cash in exchange for loss of life, but quite rightly chose to settle on the basis of an apology from the Crown, the only settlement signed by Queen Elizabeth, and a whakatauki of, as land was taken, land will be returned. The sum of 170 million was largely applied to purchase, yes, purchase, land. Ruakura was among the key properties acquired. Initially, there were concepts for a long-term residential development of Ruakura in conjunction with the adjoining landowner. I'm going to take the next several paragraphs as read in the interest of just bringing this into context. So I start again at para 23 of the submission. That growth is in addition to and not at the expense of other developments. And I'm referring there to Ruakura. The same will happen here, except Ahuriri Station will not have the same focus as Ruakura. It will draw on its own unique characteristics and those of our region. To protect our interests and being totally transparent, as James has said, we sought inclusion of Ahuriri Station in the fast track process. Inclusion, and in summary, an inclusion of Ahuriri Station in the FDS is about our rangatiratanga, which we are obligated to never surrender. It would also be consistent with the FDS decision of the partner councils, as well as our inclusion for listing in the new fast track process. I'm referring here to the alignment of FDS, PDP, and the fast track process. We have the skills, experience, and capability to deliver on our vision and responsibilities as kaitiaki of this taonga that we hold so dearly. We must not miss the opportunity to advance the interests of all united. That opportunity for unity rests with the inclusion of Ahuriri Station in the FDS. So if I just recap, this is our taonga as it is the whole of the regions. We see this as a development of huge scale, one with several reference points, and one of which is Ruakura, where we have direct experience in delivering against aspirational targets on all matters, not just development, but for environment, social, cultural, and economic means. We encourage the reinforcement of our request for Ahuriri Station to be included in the FDS. Kia ora.
Just through the chair, I wonder if it makes sense to hear from the other witness before asking questions, because it may be that one or other members of the team are best placed to answer different questions.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ko te kaha Hawaii ki rangi tōku ingoa, ko te tiamana o Mana Ahuriri Trust. I started with the whakatauki when doing the mihi, and that whakatauki speaks to the place that we're talking about in regards to Ahuriri Station, and it speaks to the storehouse that never closes, where you can get food in the morning, food midday, and then food in the evening. And why that's important is that sustained our people for over 600 years who have resided around Te Whanganui a Orotu, where the Ahuriri Station is today. Another reason why this area is so important to us is for the 7 hapu of Ahuriri, this is what binds us together. And it's for the last 40 years during our treaty settlement process, our whānau have been working hard to have this returned. Like Mike said, it's not something that we get given back, it's something that we have to buy back. And to do that, we
we have to do it in a way that meets the values of our people and what we've talked about as both culturally, economically, environmentally, all of those things which are key to our values. Our 7 hapu, our Ngāti Pāro, Ngāti Hinepare, Ngāi Tāwhao, Ngāti Mahu, Ngāi Te Ruruku, and Ngāti Tū, who have resided around the estuary, like I've said, for the last 600 years. We're 3 years young in regards to our settlement. Mana Ahuriri Trust established Mana Ahuriri Holdings Limited Partnership, or our asset holding company, which Mana Ahuriri Trust has 100% ownership of. Mana Ahuriri Trust informs the strategic governance, the appointment, the remuneration of the directors of our holdings company. Mana Ahuriri Trust has approved our assets holdings company investment strategy and provides guidance and monitoring roles associated with its plans and overseeing its performance. As a part of our strategic framework within Mana Ahuriri, we have 5 key po. Whairawa being 1, growing our assets, which of course this process is very important in regards to the Ahuriri Station. Not only that, we're looking at developing over 1,000 homes alongside 380 hectares of sustainable commercial and industrial space. In addition to that, we have connecting our whānau with our culture. Within Te Whanganui Aorotu or the Ahuriri Station are a number of important wāhi tapu sites that are currently not in our ownership. The inclusion of this into the FDS will enable us to have the land returned, but for us to be kaitiaki of those sites and a layer of protection over those wāhi tapu. Whānau order is also important, which is the reason for the inclusion of papakainga housing. Te taiao is at the core of what we do. With what we propose for the Ahuriri Station, there been a significant enhancement around the wetlands, restoring areas for our mahinga kai species. And rangatiratanga is one of our last key values within our framework, which shows the leadership that our hapu have in regards to this process. Our approach is to be bold whilst not losing sight of what is in front of us. Our partner councils, Napier-Hastings and the Hawke's Bay Regional Council, are supportive of the inclusion of Ahuriri Station within FDS, which was confirmed at a joint committee meeting on the 23rd of October 2024. While we understand that this panel is an independent panel, we expect it to look to support the councils and enable our whānau, our hapu, Mana Ahuriri, on our journey with the Ahuriri Station and bringing back our taonga tuku iho. We believe this is critical to the success of the FDS and it being informed by the values and aspirations of our hapu for urban development. Mana tangata, mana whenua, mana moana, mana ahuriri, determining our destiny for our people, lands, seas and place. Kia ora.
Before we move to questions, I'd just like to invite the other 2 members of the team to just briefly introduce themselves. It may be that they answer some questions, so I think it just would be good for the panel to understand who they are.
Kia ora koutou, ngā mihi nui kia koutou katoa. Ko Tani Aiden Ahau, I'm on the commercial board and our Mana Ahuriri Trust board. Ngā mihi kia koutou.
Tēnā tātou, he iri o rā kaupāka tēnei, ko Paris Screening tōku ingoa, and I'm the General Manager of Mana Ahuriri, and I take care of all the operational matters for the Trust and work alongside our commercial team. Kia ora tātou.
And finally, by remote, Richard, can you just briefly introduce yourself and just perhaps, if you can, in 2 minutes, just confirm the work that you've undertaken to assist in this process?
this area. So we've provided 2 reports to Mana Ahuriri, which really look at initially a preliminary coastal hazard assessment, looking at inundation levels, erosion, and other coastal hazards and catchment flooding related hazards for the site, and then a more detailed assessment with the revised proposal. So certainly acknowledging that this is an area where there are hazards to manage, and unfortunately that's one of those Hawke's Bay things. But recognising that in this case there's some, I guess, ability to hold the line or to adapt to the particular hazards, particularly groundwater inundation and coastal inundation, in a way that's relatively novel for the Hawke's Bay due to the large land holding area that Mana Ahuriri has. So that's me, and I'm happy to answer any questions if they come through, but I'm really here just to support if there are questions on a hazard-related matter. I do note that we've had some good interactions with the Natural Hazard Commission last week, and sort of just making sure there's sort of a shared understanding that Mana Ahuriri do recognise the challenges and are going through a good process of being informed by the relative experts, the geotech and the hazard people on what the how to develop in a way that's sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Well, we've tried to keep the presentation tight, so hopefully there are some questions. Thank you.
Thank you, and that's been incredibly helpful to provide that additional context to us as well. In terms of that meeting with the Natural Hazards Commission, can you just provide a bit of a fuller précis of what was discussed and any conclusions coming out of that?
But perhaps I'll lead off. Richard was obviously there and Paris as well, so they may be able to comment further. But essentially, we saw their submission and we reached out to them and said, let's have a chat. It was held online. It probably took the best part of an hour to talk through, and we were able to step them through the particular work that we and that the wider team had done. And we were able to get a better understanding of where they were coming from. And I guess in a nutshell, their primary concern is the land and the fact that it is subject to hazards and the need to take considerable care in how it is developed so that communities are not left vulnerable. And we emphasise to them obviously the significant scientific and technical support that Mana Ahuriri is obtaining, and importantly that the MFE particular guidelines, and Richard can speak to the technical name of those guidelines, but the intention is to meet or exceed those guidelines and really demonstrate best practice or better than best practice. And certainly my take on it was that the Natural Hazards Commission was had a level of comfort around that, and positively they offered to keep up engagement and to share some of their learnings with development in hazardous areas with the team as things move forward.
Thank you. They were supposed to talk to us on Monday, but unfortunately weren't available. May I ask if they are submitters to the plan?
No, they're not. No, but the intention is to continue to engage with them so that we can report to the PDP panel that those conversations have started through this process and are continuing through the next process.
The other submitter one of the other submitters we heard from yesterday afternoon, our final submitters we heard, was the Hawke's Bay Airport. And we had Nick Flack and Judy Godbold come and talk to us. And they did raise some concerns that they have in terms of potential impacts on the airport operations, matters such as bird strike, issues with reverse sensitivity and noise and the like. And Mr. Flack said that he had met 3 times over the last 6 weeks since he got the CEO job. So very interested in hearing your perspective of those interactions with the airport and how the development of the Ahuriri land can sit and fit with those operations.
Well, I think some of us here were involved in those discussions directly, so I'll invite Paris, if not anybody else, to speak first.
Kia ora tātou. So yes, correct. Taka and myself had been meeting with the chair and the new CEO on a few matters related to our mana whenua relationship, and then Nick and myself and Gavin, the ops manager, we've met and discussed their submission and their concerns around bird strike, Napier Airport being the highest bird strike rate in the whole country. Their observations of our high-level plans and the blue blobs, thinking that they were going to be water bodies, but giving them the assurances that no, the water extension is on the other side where the whānga is, and those blue blobs were just places of recreational and activity spaces. And then, of course, the locations of the housing, going into a little bit more details around how we have to build the land up in order for it to be safe, and other matters that we're discussing with the council around infrastructure. Giving them an assurance too that as we continue to design our plans for Ahuriri Station, the airport is a key regional asset that we will consult with, given the fact that the regional airport is also a DSP opportunity for mana Ahuriri.
We did note that from the newspaper on Monday or Tuesday as well.
Sorry, just to be clear, in the settlement there is an entitlement to purchase the Crown's 50% stake in the airport.
I'll just pass to my colleagues for questions.
Apologies. Kia ora koutou. Just carrying on with that kōrero about Hawke's Bay Airport Limited, did you have any specific commentary on the relief they had sought with regards to the infrastructure objectives that I think the officers have recommended go into the FDS around protecting regionally significant infrastructure?
No issue in principle with that. We haven't looked closely at the detail of the wording, but in principle, essentially that's a given, partly because of the potential interest that mana Ahuriri might have, but also just generally, the development of the station will be in terms of best practice, and matters such as reverse sensitivity, are front of mind in the more detailed master planning. And they've driven the location of some elements, such as the intended location of the commercial and business activities in closest proximity to the airport, for example.
Again, kia ora koutou, me ki rā i ngā kōrero e whakatakotohi ara i tēnei rā, tēnā koutou katoa. I suppose just thinking through the intention of what the FDS does in terms of setting direction, I suppose, for the region around development and where development could occur or shouldn't occur. And thinking about this particular parcel, I was just interested in your comments or commentary around kind of timing and alignment, particularly at the moment when you're going through a plan change, a district plan review process, and then how that, you know, if the panel were persuaded for whatever reason not to include it, how that might figure in terms of your participation with Napier City Council in terms of the plan review.
Thanks. Well, look, clearly it would be ideal to have, you know, the cascade from the high-level FDS document signalling the station for development, flowing down into the district plan, and then through to any subsequent resource consents that may be made. And look, I think to be fair, we see that, if you like, traditional process as probably preferable to sidestepping and going down the fast-track route, because it is a massive undertaking to develop the land, and to consent it all at once is quite a task, which essentially is what the fast track is geared towards. And so we see probably the preference is inclusion in the FDS. That provides support for rezoning in the plan, and then the plan provides the ability to seek consents on a staged basis.
Kia ora koutou. Mr. Pōhio, I remember about 10 years ago in a rather interesting meeting in your office between the then independent chair of Future Proof and yourself regarding Waikato Tiny aspirations. I'll leave it there. The questions were in relation to Mana Ahuriri have been asked, well, for the ones that I had in my mind, but I was just curious, a little bit of a segue, given your statutory acknowledgement over Riverbend, whether you had any commentary on the proposals either to keep Riverbend in or the contrary view taken by Regional Council recommending that part of that be removed. And fine, if you're not ready to answer that, that's what I would ask.
Just while they're deliberating, I'm sorry to say it was closer to 20 years ago than 10.
Kia ora, thank you for the pātai. I think at the time when the FDS committee had voted on it, we didn't have enough information in front of us to make a decision, so we didn't, we stayed neutral in the vote on Riverbend Road, and it's something that we still haven't quite looked into for the full information, so we don't have a position on it.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
I don't really have a question, but I did find it helpful that you provided. That technical information you have to us. I did actually read that because I like that kind of thing. But I think it helped contextualise the fact that there are obviously challenges to that site, and yet it gave some definition and refinement or scope around what those challenges are, rather than just looking out from the road and going, wow, they look like a challenging site. The way I read it, those challenges are recognised, that they're somewhat quantified. There are opportunities to mitigate those challenges that have been explored and to some degree understood, and there's a lot more further work to go to refine how they will be mitigated, but there are ways to do that which will enable a form of development that will be acceptable to Ahuriri, and it's a process and it'll take time. That's what I took from that information. I looked at some, I thought, I don't know, but then it's only early days information, so That's what I took from it. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, yes. In short, the technical work was undertaken in particular to identify if there were any, if you like, fatal flaws. If there was something, a challenge that couldn't be overcome, then we wanted to know about it. And you know, we asked the experts to you know, be as tough as they could and as real as they could, because we need to know the challenges before we move forward.
Sorry, just to add that the context was 100-year plus perspective.
And so if I may just come back to part of, I think, Shad's question, and I addressed the, if you like, the hierarchy, but I don't think I touched on timing. And I'm sure the panel will be aware that in order to do the technical work that is required, it is a huge investment in terms of cost, and it will take time. And so in order to go down that path, you know, Mana Ahuriri needs the confidence that it has the planning support, so that when it comes for a consent, you know, that ticks all the boxes, it's not going to fail because it's not in the plan, and therefore it's contrary to objectives and policies and the like. And I think we've all seen examples where land has been rezoned and perhaps even subject to a structure plan, and it still takes 6, 8, 10 years to actually get development off the ground. And really the position is we need the confidence of being in the FDS and the PDP so that investment can be made.
Just noting for the record while we're here that we do have the letter from the Natural Hazards Commission dated the 18th of March, which does have specific commentary as well on Ahuriri. So just noting that. Were there any other responses that you wanted to make that in terms of submissions about the Mana Ahuriri land?
Probably what we didn't touch on in our submission is what we call Te Muriwai o Te Whanga, which is a plan that has been enabled through our legislation, and that plan comes on the back of a co-governance committee called Te Komiti Muriwai, which represents DOC and the other 3 councils. So there are 4 members from each of the, there's a single member from each of the councils plus DOC, making up 4, and then another 4 in our committee, which are members from Mana Ahuriri. So a co-governance group which has come together to develop a plan for Te Whanganui Aerodrome, which is the catchment area in and around Napier. So we have legislation which supports the development of this plan. We launched it earlier in the year, and in that outlines our aspirations around the cultural revitalisation, which we've talked about, our environmental restoration and enhancement, and also in regards to our economic sustainability. So feel free to reference this plan. It's built on the values and the aspirations of our hapu, of our whānau, and where we see the Napier region, including the station, moving forward.
And I think I did provide that to the panel yesterday.
Yes, you did provide it. I certainly had a look through it, and I did want to just confirm it's the Ahuriri Hapu Claim Settlement Act.
Yes.
Which gives weight to that plan.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that.
And the only other comment that I would make is one reason that I thought to forward it to the panel was hearing the presentation that the Ahuriri Estuary Preservation Society gave. And I suppose the concerns and their aspirations we see as aligning entirely with what Mana Ahuriri want to achieve in terms of better ecosystems, better habitats, greater habitats in the station. A real restoration project as part of the overall development.
Kia ora, thank you for that. Just in terms of your strategy document, so that's been adopted by the councils. Yeah, and then just a supplementary to that, does it have a weighting to it, like a statutory weighting?
It's a, these may not be the precise words, but it's a have regard to type requirement. So the Act specifies that where the plan is relevant to an issue, it must be had regard to, or it might be taken into account. But it's that type of directive.
Like, if you could humour me, Mr. Garden Hopkins, and direct us to that particular section of the Act would be very helpful by the end of hearings. Thank you.
I can dig that out this afternoon.
Thank you. I think that's all the questions from us. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon and coming and talking to us. Greatly appreciated. Were there any final comments you'd like to make before we conclude?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Now it's Mr. McLean, isn't it? Next, if you'd like to come forward, submission 56. If you'd like to, we have you allocated for the next 10 minutes, Mr. McLean. I believe we've met before, down in Kapiti, quite a while ago. That's quite all right.
I think that you will have had a copy of my submission circulated to you several weeks ago, and I just wondered, in terms of whether speeding things up this afternoon, if you had the opportunity to digest and consider that submission in writing, that it mightn't be necessary for me to verbalise that for you, and that possibly we could go straight to questions. As you can see, I have a question for you, and you may have questions for me. I'm very happy to read the submission to you, but if you've already read it and you're familiar with it, it seems unnecessary.
So your question was, are we familiar with this area as cyclists?
Or walkers, or even at a pinch from looking out of the plane window?
Well, certainly looked out a plane window, stopped on the tarmac, had a look, and yesterday afternoon we did go back and have another look and drove up and down the state highway looking at the site as well. Haven't cycled it.
Well, I would say that the key point of my submission is that landscape familiarity that can be achieved through walking or cycling is quite different, I think, from what you might get from driving up and down the main highway or looking out of the window of a plane. And I would urge you to actually take the time to get out there and experience that landscape on two wheels. Apart from being a superb experience in terms of the region cycleways, it is the best way to understand the low-lying, vulnerable nature of this land in a way that is quite compelling compared to, sort of abstruse theoretical discussion. It becomes immediately apparent that it's an entirely inappropriate idea to put housing here, to develop 1,000 houses has been suggested. And furthermore, as I've made clear in my submission, I think the fact that this was dropped into the FDS at the last minute indicates the true nature of this application, which is to basically, it's an exercise in political expediency, in my view, for this government to achieve its stated goals, or at least some progress towards them in a very rapid fashion. And while I don't deny in any way local iwi's aspiration to develop their land, which we've just heard from the previous submitters, and I also acknowledge that this land is of great significance to them in terms of their ancestral occupation. It was a very different kind of living. It was sort of canoe-based. It was essentially around islands in an archipelago of water, and a number of those islands have subsequently disappeared. 2 for the airport, several down by the sort of Ahuriri area, and a number of them, of course, are now stranded as headlands or sort of landscape protrusions, shall we say, because of the earthquake activity occurred in 1931. So there are other reasons, obviously, like the vulnerability to earthquake and also coastal inundation, the fact that there hasn't been any investigation into the flood vulnerability, which seems to me incredible that anyone could advance an application without that kind of information. We heard the man from Tonkin Taylor earlier, really not saying a great deal, I thought, and when they have commented, they have said, well, okay, you can put these things up on bunds, but the reality is that the utilities around them are still going to be vulnerable, the roads and the power and so on. And furthermore, they advanced the reasoning that because there had been development allowed in other low-lying areas around Napier that had subsequently been flooded, that this was in itself a precedent for doing the same thing again in the future. And clearly, if we want to improve the way we behave as a region and as a community, then we need to build back better, which was the mantra post-Cyclone Gabrielle. And yet what we have here is a very, well, to me, obvious piece of political machination that goes against all the logic of that commitment.
Thank you, Mr. McLean. I'll just see if we have any questions. Questions?
Good, Mr. McLean, having paid some attention on as we're driving past, you were talking about cycling and walking. Is that along the formed track that's there, or is that over the whole block itself?
There's a network of cycle tracks that go backwards and forwards across the whole block, and if you pursue all of them, you'll get a substantial familiarity with the landscape, and all of them are below sea level, and most of them are either through or adjacent to wetlands, and it's quite obvious once you get down to ground level that this is not an appropriate area for development.
I imagine sore legs depending on your fitness level as well.
Well, it's actually a very easy ride, honestly, but north of the airport it sort of zigzags across the area and around and about at the top end, around the power sites at Bayview and so on. And if you haven't done it, I would recommend it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. McLean. And look, thank you for bringing your submission on some fundamental issues that we do have to grapple with. You know, there's some really fundamental issues around what we do now and into the future in terms of managing resilience. And there are positions such as yours, the positions that other people say you can mitigate anything, and some people are in the middle. We're having to balance all that with the nuances of particular locations, settlement issues, all those sort of things. But I appreciate you bringing a very succinct presentation of some fundamental concerns around natural hazards. I don't have a question. I just want to express that.
Thank you.
And no questions from me. Thank you, Mr. McLean. You've been very clear in terms of what your concerns are.
Thank you for your
Thank you
time
for
today,
coming.
and I hope that your processes are sufficiently robust that you're able to remove this item from the list. It should never have been there in the first place. Thank you.
Just going to move slightly out of sequence, and we're going to hear next from Pippa Player on Zoom on behalf of Transpower, submission 92. We can hear you. Can you hear us? Excellent. Now, Ms. Player, we have got your submission and your presentation available for us. And we're in your hands for the next 10 minutes. Thank you. If you can do it, that would be great. Otherwise, we'll get Caitlin to do it.
Good afternoon. My name is Pippa Player. I am the Strategic Lead Environmental Policy with Transpower New Zealand, based in Wellington. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present today. As you know from our submissions, Transpower supports the role of future development strategies in general and spatial planning to guide and inform long-term development, linking the Council's strategic direction, investments and actions to mana whenua and the wider community's priorities and desired outcomes. We particularly support outcomes around responsiveness to climate change, community resilience, and environmental and economic sustainability. Today, I'll skip through the slide pack around what we do, the electrification challenge, how we work, and a bit about the Napier-Hastings context for Transpower. What we do, well, we're the owner and operator of the National Electricity Transmission System. Our asset base consists of 176 substations, 25,000 transmission towers, and more than 11,000 kilometres of lines and some underground cables. Within the life of the Napier-Hastings future development strategy, Transpower will need to connect more renewable generation sources and increase the capacity of the grid to carry the electricity. We need to make smart investments to ensure we have a safe, resilient national grid that supports the growth of our economy and the needs and the future needs of future generations. We also need to focus on the resilience of current and future assets, as well as maintain our stewardship over the transmission grid and the power system, so that the power continues to flow where it's needed. This slide illustrates the projected electricity demand growth to 2050. From a relatively stable demand since 2008, the forecast is for a massive acceleration in future years. So from the roughly 43 terawatts annually now to up to near 70 terawatts. So put it another way, the electricity sector will need to produce and transport around 70% more renewable energy than it does now. So this means a step change in the number and scale of projects that we need to deliver to strengthen our existing assets and build new assets. And this will need to be kept up for several decades to come. So as I mentioned, it will require significant growth in our investment, required to support electrification. Which on the ground means that's 80% more projects and 18% more staff and a significant increase in funding to increase the capacity of the grid. We're doing that through what we call our Net Zero Grid Pathways program. Our phase one is to 2035 and phase two is beyond that. I'll just show you what that looks like. So phase one is around predominantly unlocking the existing capacity of the backbone in stages to enable new generation. So the Commerce Commission has approved nearly $400 million investment to strengthen the grid as part of this investment program at this point. So that looks a little bit like this in terms of and the proximity to the Hawke's Bay there you can see. So it's a comprehensive package of major investments and enabling projects. Thinking about a longer term in terms of the phase two, that's about adding new capacity to meet regional growth and provide a more resilient backbone. What those don't show is that the other aspect that influences our grid planning, and that is the inquiries to create connections to the grid and enabling access to it. So that is either input to the grid in terms of generation sources for solar, wind, geothermal generation, and output from the grid, as in factory conversions to electrification and demand for data centers and things like that. So what's the significant thing for us is that 2 years ago we had 8 projects in delivery. The slide shows that we've got 37 to 40 in delivery at this point. So it's been a massive change in how Transpower operates, and we've had to actually put in a queue process for that, which is you might have heard about some of that recently in the media. So moving on to the Napier-Hastings context, within the Hawke's Bay region, the transmission network comprises a mix of 220 and 110 kV transmission circuits and 7 substations. But most of the electricity is provided via the interconnection point at Redcliffe. In terms of the next sort of 5 to 15 years, we have a comprehensive program based on our approved asset management plan, which is overseen by the Commerce Commission, and that approves our expenditure and pass-through costs over a 5-year period. Our work program is projected out to that 15-year period and is available publicly through our transmission planning reports. These are compiled from our asset management plans or information from distribution and generation companies. A bit about Redcliffe. Our focus is on rebuilding the substation to improve flood resilience. Because the ground testing, the ground is going to need additional work. This project has unfortunately cost a bit more, and it will take longer than we originally anticipated. A project of this size and so meets a threshold in terms of cost and size that we are required to go to the Commerce Commission for approval. So what the Commerce Commission does is they consider the plan, they approve it, and they agree to how much it will cost. And we can't do much until that permission is granted. But in the broad scheme of things, it's a necessary check to ensure that those who benefit are getting good value from that investment. Moving to the future development strategy and the key points of our submissions. We, as I mentioned before, we support the role of future development strategies in spatial planning. And we contributed to the technical advisory group process in I think it was July last year. And we also commented on a previous draft of the FDS. We particularly noted the role of critical networks in supporting and servicing growth, protecting national grid corridor from inappropriate development, and the ongoing need to enable maintenance and upgrades. Basically necessary, what is necessary to keep the lights on, basically. So again, thank you very much for the opportunity to provide and submit on your process. We've had a look at the hearings panel report, and we note it's thorough and covers the responses to submissions well. We particularly support recommendations to change Objective 10 in the draft. I think that's recommendations 23, 24 and 25 in the paper.
Thank
you.
You.
And finally, hello? Apologies.
Sorry, I thought you'd finished speaking. Please proceed.
Oh, no. Apologies. And just to close out, we've got close working relationships with a range of parties and stakeholders within the region. We trust the information that we've provided through our submissions is helpful.
Thank you. So just thank you for the presentation. Just to clarify, you are happy with the council officer's recommendations in response to the Transpower submission?
Yes.
Okay. I'll just see if my colleagues have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Player. Just following on from that question, the constraints map, figure 12, you weren't seeking anything to be added to that? I wasn't quite sure from my reading of the submission.
Sorry, I haven't got the document right in front of me. Apologies. But where it's possible to identify on maps, whether that's in background documents or within the strategy itself, we would want the critical networks, particularly the electricity network corridor, to be highlighted.
Having sat through quite a few hearings and dealt with the National Grid subdivision corridors and yards across the country, in terms of identifying the National Grid, is it just the National Grid itself, or is it the wider corridors and yards? Obviously, this is still at a very high level in the FDS.
It's at a high level, it's really just a recognition that there is a corridor there. Okay. We've provided consistently across the country in terms of growth strategies that we, if it can be provided at a reasonable scale and considered a constraint, it's important as a flag within such high-level strategic documents that it is there.
Thank you. I'll just see if we've got any other questions. No further questions for you. Thank you very much for making yourself available this afternoon.
Kia ora.
Ms. Clay.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have a few minutes adjournment. I'll reconvene proceedings. Kia ora, Mr. Barber. Thank you for coming and talking to us this afternoon. We have your submission number 46 in front of us, and we have you allocated for 10 minutes to talk to us this afternoon.
Oh, kia ora tātou. Mi ana ki tā tātou nei kaupapa tēnei rā. Hoi au, ko Waden Barber tōku ingoa. Ko te hea mana o Ngāti Kahungunu iwi. And District Councillor back in the day. But good to be here. And you've seen the submission, or you've got the submission. So I'll just kind of pick up on a couple of the points that I've made in there. And so Ngāti Kahungunu is the third largest iwi in Aotearoa. Stats Census 23 puts our population at 95,750. We've got the second largest coastline, second largest area in terms of whenua. Mai Pattillo, just below Gisborne, above Nuhaka, down to Tūrakirai, southern Wairarapa. And in terms of our marae, over 100 or around 100 marae and over 400 hapu. So we're a big entity. We're the only entity that has that mandate across that whole rohe. We've got a lot of PSGs that make up parts of it, but our iwi covers the whole rohe. So just in terms of participation in this process, I'm putting a submission in, but I don't know who. We should be part of the actual committee, sitting there at the table talking about the FDS. And I just want to make that point. I'll talk to Sandra about it, but I don't know why we weren't invited to be there. I'm on every other joint committee and every other committee in Hawke's Bay, except this one. And I found that quite difficult to reconcile, actually, why we weren't part of this. We are one of the 4 iwi prototypes in terms of housing in Aotearoa. And so we have a big housing agenda, we have big housing aspirations. We've got a whole heap of people that need housing and development. And so, we are building and developing parts of Hawke's Bay right from the top to the bottom. And we should be here at this table as part of the committee that's looking at the FDS. I think we were HPUDs, we were part of that discussion, but somehow we've been left out of this discussion, and Kāri Te Tika, we don't think that's right. So I just wanted to make that point. I know you're not here to listen to the politics of the day, but that's one of the key points that I wanted to make in front of the panel, and whoever else is sitting here. That Ngāti Kahungunu, as a mandated iwi authority for this rohe, should be part of placemaking, whether in the Hastings District Council or any other council for that matter. So if I could just make that point. One of the other things that we are and have been part of is the development at Riverbend Road. So our housing development company, K3, have been part of that from its inception. We're still part of that development. And in terms of houses for our people, there's a potential to have 600 homes at Riverbend Road. And I've seen all the politics, I've seen all the articles in terms of people not supporting that kaupapa, but I'm here just to say that we support that kaupapa. We support it because there's a number of benefits that come out of building homes in that part of Napier. One, it's right next to Te Aranga Marae, which is one of 2 mātā waka marae in Hawke's Bay. And most of our mātā waka, or people that aren't kahununu, live in 2 places, Marae Nui or Flaxmere. And Riverbend Road is in the heart of Maraenui, next to Te Aranga, and there's an opportunity actually to improve the whole aspect of Maraenui with that development. I've heard the kōrero, he Waihi Waipuke. It's a place where they're prone to flooding. Well, lots of places are prone to flooding here in Hawke's Bay, and as we all know. We feel that the RMA or the reformed RMA will look into all of the details and the facts around that, but we feel we've got a solution that can not only make sure that those houses are safe, but also protect the other homes in Maraenui, around the Maraenui Rugby Club, that whole area. So, yep, it would be a bit of engineering, but I don't think we should be afraid of that. And so Ngāti Kahungunu supports the development at Riverbend Road, mainly because of the housing aspirations and the opportunity for whānau to be in affordable housing. And that's something that isn't readily available in Napier. All the new housing projects are $1 million plus homes. We feel that there's a huge gap in the need for housing, and that's in the affordable housing, affordable rentals, and Riverbend Road offers that opportunity. We've seen all of the engineering reports, and they're considerable, and we're confident that Riverbend can provide the housing without risking life or whenua by building there. So if you can just put that on the record at the tepu, then Ngāti Kahungunu supports that particular development. And any development really that our people, mana whenua, PSGs, hapu or whānau are looking to develop. Which brings me to my next point. We talk about coastal areas. What are our thoughts around development on the coastal, whether to look at coastal or just to keep it at the urban? Yep, there's a bit of a balance there, but we have many marae that are on our coastal parts of our rohe. I live at Waimarama, and we need housing out there. Not as much as is needed in town, but we still need housing, and we've got 3 papakainga that have been built out there in the last 10 years. But what I'm saying is that we shouldn't abandon the opportunity for our coastal communities to develop if they have the whenua and if they have the aspiration. We're seeing the fruits of whānau coming back into their marae communities. Why? Because there's housing for them. So if I could just put that point there. And in terms of the fertile soils, we support keeping our class 1 land available for productive use, yeah? Except when it's papakainga or on whenua Māori. I think our people should have the opportunity to put houses there. Often we don't get to choose where our land is. Our land is where it is, and a lot of that land is right on the Heretonga Plains. I mean, we own the whole of Heretonga, Hoku, Nui, Araro, Haro, Takahu at one point. But those pockets that are left there, yes, they are fertile. But if whānau are wanting to develop papakainga, they should have that opportunity to do so. We 100% support papakainga. Our family have a papakainga at home at Waimarama. My mum lives there, sister. You know, it's amazing what you can achieve by putting whenua, homes on the whenua. Whai kainga, the whakatauki. If you put kainga there, oranga is available to our people. So 100% support keeping our fertile land for the productive use that it's best useful. The only proviso there is if it's on whenua Māori, our whānau should have the opportunity to build papakainga. I think I've I've covered off most of the points that I wanted to cover off. Just to say that our iwi structure has 6 tai whenua underneath it. Each of those tai whenua have a representative to the board, so it's just not the iwi that's sitting here. Tai whenua, even though they're autonomous and independent, they come with the iwi package. And so we have some of the biggest tai whenua here in Hastings, and they have a huge housing agenda and a development agenda. We have PSGs that have huge aspirations for whānau, building homes and housing our people. And so, yeah, we support all of that. We support all of that because that's what our people want and that's what they need. But in terms of Ngāti Kahungunu, as the 3rd largest iwi in Aotearoa, heck, we should be at every table that is looking at future development here or anywhere in our rohe. And just wanted to ke whakatuarua tia tērā o ngā ngawe kei roto I ahau, just to second and loop around to that point that I made first about us not being at the table for the FDS. So with that, ko whakawātea nei ki a koutou mehe mea he pātai rānei, mehe mea kāre hoki rānei. Kia ora.
Kia ora. I will see if my colleagues have any questions for you.
A tēnā koe. Kia ora. Ai tolu aku pātai, ke marama te katoa ka huri ki te reo o raipatu whenua.
Hei te pai te reo Māori ki au, but hoena ke aku.
Engari, ke marama te katoa. Thank you for your call. We do hear the concerns about the process. The reality is it's not within the scope of this committee to comment on the process. I do note, if you've had the chance to read the staff report, there is a recommendation that the implementation plan should identify actions relating to the partnership approach. If the panel were of a mind to also include that in its recommendation, hopefully that provides a way forward for Ngāti Kahungunu. But that's a corridor that's not for us to adjudicate. I just want to make sure I heard you correctly around Papakainga. Well, that wasn't a question that I asked earlier. Kei te pai, there's the question. In relation to your comments about Papakainga, if I heard you correctly, that you made a mention around whānau being able to develop Papakainga on their whenua, and acknowledging that some of that whenua is on highly productive land, class 1 and so on. But if I hear you correctly, they often don't have the opportunity to move to less productive land to develop Papakainga. Would that be a fair comment?
Yeah. I mean, we have hapu that have land. I mean, Waipatu Marae is right in the centre of productive land. Ruahapia, Matahiwi, so whānau still own those whenua. And, we've just come through a housing crisis. We want people connecting back to their marae, and often those marae are situated where they are. That whenua is where it is. So, we support it. But if you look at the amount of Papakainga that's been developed on fertile soils over the last 10 years, it's very small in terms of the amount of land available for that type of mahi. So 100% support Papakainga wherever it is. Yeah.
Okay. And to that point, then you mentioned Riverbend Road, as part of that development could be part of a solution to provide kāinga for rāwaho that are actually within Marae Nui and Flaxmere.
Yep.
In terms of part of their housing, I don't know what the flash word is, topologies or something that they can go and. Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah. I've been our whakaaro for around Riverbend Road would be mixed typologies, would be a mix of public, iwi, hapu even housing, as well as some high value offerings.
But Marae Nui, largest Māori population in Napier. And there's huge mātā waka. That's why we have a mātā waka marae right next to Riverbend. So if you look at Flaxmere, we have Wainako down by Te Aranga Marae. I think having papakainga and housing developments kind of focused on marae, I think, I think you can't beat that. A lot of our mātā waka can't connect to their marae wherever they're from. Those mātā waka marae are available for ngā hauewha. And so it's a win-win situation. We have things like the Rangatahi Court out of Te Aranga Marae, a whole lot of kaupapa happening at these mātā waka marae. So yeah, we see it as an opportunity to grow the community, but also connection back to their culture, which is the marae. There's a whakatauki that says, te tangata, te kaupapa, the people are the reason why we do things. Ko ngā tikanga te tuapapa on a foundation of our tikanga, cultural practice. Ko te marae, te matatiki, the marae being the kind of glue that connects everyone up and keeps everyone safe. So, that's kind of the mantra that we're talking about. So, Riverbend would be the Marae Nui whānau. We're talking, we're going to be opening some joint housing with the Hastings District Council in Whakaruru Crescent and Flaxmere next week. So, that end of Flaxmere ka pai. But then we have all our marae that have their own pockets of whenua that they need to connect back to, and then that they need housing. And so some of those developments are happening now. If you go out to Waipatu, you'll see on the left a 20-home papakainga there. That's an iwi. That's an iwi supported kaupapa. So, Tēnā koe. Opai. Tēnā koe. Kia ora, ho? I think there are kind of parts of Te Matawa Maui Hawke's Bay that you could look at rural residential. So we've got a 20-house kind of papakainga development happening at Otani. So as you come back into Hastings, you have the Paki. I mean, it's around the brown development areas, really. Not so much on the class 1 land. There's class whatever takes it out of their productive land. I think there's some opportunities there. But I'm not too keen on overdevelopment in our rural areas and our coastal areas. That's why I say papakainga is good because you're looking at possibly maximum 20 homes. As I say, I live at Waimarama. A lot of that land is Māori land. Otherwise, it would be developed to the hilt, and that's kind of not what we're after. So I think it needs to be balanced. It needs to be well thought about. And there's, if you're looking towards Paki there's good connections with the arterial route through and up and down. And also you've got the Iron Gate industrial area, and that kind of connects. But I think we need to be pretty clever on how we pull that package together. Our iwi certainly doesn't want to see overdevelopment if not appropriate, if you know what I'm saying. So coastal and rural, I think there are areas that have that potential because they have connections with main roads and industrial areas, but some I think should, I think we need to tread lightly. Kia ora.
No questions from me either or the other commissioners. Thank you very much for the time spent coming and talking to us this afternoon. And certainly we have heard and understood your points made.
Thank you.
Thank
Ame.
you.
Kia ora tātou. Yeah, I got the message late that you were 15 minutes ahead of time.
It's all right, it gave us time to stretch
Yeah,
our
yeah,
legs,
yeah.
so thank you. We will adjourn now for an afternoon tea break and we will reconvene at 3:50.
Good. I know you're on this panel.
Yeah. Yeah, last week's.
Okay, I'll reconvene proceedings at 3:54. Now, we aren't sure whether we will have submitters 138 and 26 appearing, as they haven't confirmed their slots. So we know that Mr. Apple is here, and we'll proceed to hear from Mr. Apple first, and if those submitters arrive, then they will be slotted in after Mr. Apple. So, Mr. Winchester, if you'd like to come down with your team, please. Now, we have obviously received material in advance of the hearing, which we have read through. And as I understand, you have some speaking notes to provide the panel both in hard copy and electronically as well.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just get myself organised first. So there was a substantial amount of evidence and submissions filed in advance, and so there was my legal submissions, the evidence of Mr. Heath, Miss Edwards, Mr. Joblin, Mr. Van Workum, Mr. Tish, and Mr. Harrison. So I think that was what has been filed. Pleased that it's been read. In terms of today, the presentations will be from me, then Mr. Heath, and then Miss Edwards. If the panel has questions about matters outside of our expertise or the matters we're covering, Mr. Daish is back there. He has contributed to Miss Edwards' evidence with a water supply memorandum. Mr. Van Workum is also here, and Mr. Joblin, in terms of civil engineering and water matters, is also available. I have some speaking notes here, which I'm happy to hand up to
Thank you, Mr. Winchester. Just while you're doing that, I will confirm that yesterday afternoon on our site visits, we did drive past the Mr. Apple site along two of the boundaries.
Thank you. Well, I think that's always helpful in bringing things to life. So I have here a summary of legal submissions, which I'll speak to, and there's also some supplementary information by way of to deal with water supply matters attached to that. Then there's Mr. Heath's speaking notes and Miss Edwards' speaking notes. So I'll hand those up, and they are in hard copy. I've emailed electronic versions through to Democracy Services. I'll just wait until you've got those. Oh. Sorry, Mr. Daish has just pointed out that there is a quite useful visual, which will no doubt be a useful aid to memoir in terms of your site visit yesterday. So it's a double-sided A3. And it may be useful for orientation purposes if there's any specific issues. Are we ready to go?
We're almost ready to go. We have got those electronically now as well. So thank you.
Thank you. So I will speak to this summary of legal submissions. It addresses a range of matters in the written submissions as filed. and I'll identify when I am interpolating or making some additional comments. So we're here to talk about wet industry, possibly not this sort of subject matter we expect it to be so contentious, but there you go. Wet industry is a critical part of Hawke's Bay's economic engine room, and this is now clearly accepted to be the case by the councils. It's therefore a critically important sector to be addressed by an FDS under the NPS for urban development for this sub-region. It is not optional or a nice to have. The complete failure to properly identify and plan for this sector in the draft FDS and supporting documents is, in my submission, inexplicable. It's a material gap and a scarcely believable oversight in light of history and the contents of operative planning documents. And I will just interpolate here. I've practiced in this area for about 30 years, and most of my career has been as a local authority lawyer, representing councils up and down the country, so I don't make these submissions lightly. In my experience, this is a particularly poor exercise and an example of a council attempting to comply with its statutory duties and functions. And it's particularly exacerbated by the fact and content of HPUDs, which as a starting point is entirely sensible, quite rational, and seems to have been irrationally dispensed with, and I will talk further about that. In terms of this failure to address the wet industry sector, the position is highlighted by Mr. Apple's situation. It wants to make a very significant growth and consolidation investment in core business for Hawke's Bay, but it has no feasible options. It owns a site which is ideal in every respect, and the land is anticipated and identified for this growth in HPUDs and the district plan. But the failures of the councils to do their job properly appears to be deliberately aimed at preventing this. Why is this? What is the planning goal that they are trying to achieve? There's little evidence in my submission, and I'm interpolating, of the positive and enabling philosophy underpinning the National Policy Statement on Urban Development being recognised and properly addressed by the councils. So I say the FDS and supporting documents are a material failure and in legal error for wet industry. And the apparent reason for not addressing this sector correctly, to the extent that it can be logically discerned, involves misuse of the process for incorrect purposes. This is an NPSUD process, and its requirement is active provision of at least sufficient development capacity in the short, medium and long term and well-functioning urban environments. And to illustrate that point, I did a word search of the NPSUD just as an exercise in curiosity earlier today. The NPSUD uses the word enable 24 times. It uses the word constraint once. It uses the word restrict no times. And in terms of its operative language, it uses the word limit twice with regard to qualifying matters. This process is not for the purposes of giving effect to the NPS for highly productive land. And this underlying purpose seems to infuse a lot of the reasoning in the officer's report and recommendations, such as it can be discerned. In my submission, this is an error of law. Even if it was legitimate for this process to give effect to the NPS for highly productive land, protection of this land as an FDS goal appears to be highly subjective and inconsistent. It's critical for Whakatū, but not a problem for Irongate. It's critical for Whakatū, but acceptable at Middle Road, and the list goes on. Discussions with council officers and consultants regarding Mr Apple's submission confirmed that it was accepted that there had been a failure and a significant gap with regard to wet industry. And I can just point out here, I've put in footnotes throughout the summary, a range of express comments that were made by way of introduction, the officer's introduction, and comments about those specific matters with regard to Mr Apple's case. So, as I've said in footnote 1, the statement in the officer's introduction that the strategic value of the Hastings Trade Waste Network was addressed in the MCA site summaries and technical report is incorrect. It just did not happen. It was a total failure to consider and identify available and suitable land and willful ignorance of the trade waste network and available capacity in that valuable and unique infrastructure. And therefore, when the officers say in opening and introduction that in response to feedback it could have been more clearly articulated in the capacity analysis, that is a misleading statement. It wasn't articulated at all. This failure is clearly obvious as identified in legal submissions and the evidence of Mr Heath and Miss Edwards. It is a very serious failure in the context of the sub-region. There's little value in picking over the details of how and why the draft FDS has failed so badly with regard to this industry sector. Suffice to say, it is the antithesis of sound strategic planning and suggests irrationality, incompetence, and or improper purposes. Now on to deal with the officer's report. It is not an honest response and it offers a non-solution. Having acknowledged a problem and a gap for wet industry and having had this expressly identified in Mr Apple's submission, the response in the officer's report is worse by an order of magnitude. It's reasonable to expect that where a public body makes a mistake in a public statutory process, they will responsibly and maturely own that mistake. And when I've been advising local authorities in these processes, and there's always a case where they drop the ball, I've always said you've got to front it and do so honestly. And what I would say is that opportunities to work and engage constructively with the council team were volunteered by the Mr Apple team, but were rejected, and instead the time was used by the council team to produce the officer's report and the new story. So I say that the response in this instance is a disgrace and nothing less than an exercise in diversion and deflection. It is damage control rather than provision of objective professional advice. Even worse, from the panel's point of view, having had a major failure and material NPSUD compliance problem identified, you've been given no constructive assistance nor serious advice by the officer's report to come up with a solution. The game of industrial musical chairs suggested by the officer's report is a nonsense. Effectively, you've been delivered a non-solution, which is irrational, legally and factually ill-founded, and fundamentally unfair to the extent that a new and inaccurate story has been created. And I refer to my footnote there of yet another misrepresentation in the officer's opening introductory statements. The panel's job is to make recommendations which give effect to the requirements of the NPSUD. Mr Apple's position is consistent, factually logical and accurate, legally sound, and thoroughly well justified by high-quality expert evidence. None of this has been demonstrated to be incorrect or unreliable. In addition, Mr Apple's position is entirely consistent with the established strategic planning framework and best practice in strategic urban development planning. In contrast, the officer's report is wholly unreliable for the purposes of the panel's decision-making. And I point out one quite striking exception, which is the memorandum of Mr. Chapman at Appendix 4, which addresses capacity in the trade waste network. But I say that the officer's report is an exemplar of poor practice and a lack of evidential foundation. The irony is that even if Mr. Apple's position is accepted, the FDS would still likely fall short of being compliant with the requirements of the NPSUD for wet industry, and that will only likely address short to medium term development capacity. So what's the answer? As a matter of fact, Mr. Apple requires a minimum 12 hectare site for its project on secure and well situated land with access to trade waste capacity. This is not in dispute. As a matter of fact, there is no such zoned or available and appropriately serviced land to accommodate its needs elsewhere. The officer's report has failed to identify any options. Where is this zoned and available wet industry capacity? And I point out at my footnote that given the complete absence of detailed analysis produced by the councils on existing capacity, other than unsupported conclusions presented as fact, the suggestion in the officer's introduction that there is a potential long-term shortfall of 20 hectares is little more than theoretical guesswork. Again, dealing with fact, the only location with truly available capacity in the Hastings trade waste network is east of Oteni Road at Whakatū. Mr. Chapman has confirmed Mr. Apple's own assessment. The water supply constraint, which appears belatedly to have assumed greater weight and prominence, is not a sound reason for a failure to act with regard to sufficient development capacity, and nor is it an insurmountable issue at Whakatū. And I've attached to these legal submissions a supplementary technical advice note which builds on the memorandum of Mr. Daish in terms of the lineage water option. And the essence of that is that water is potentially available to Mr. Apple and potentially other wet industry players at Whakatū. And the critical point is at the bottom of the first page. The distribution of up to 90 litres per second of clean processed water in Whakatū could support future industrial development ranging in size between 100 hectares and 250 hectares. So at the place where wet industry can be accommodated, there is a solution. Given this unchallenged factual position, it's respectfully suggested that the panel has no option if it wishes to deliver logical, reliable and legally compliant recommendations to expressly identify the close orchard in the FDS as providing business development capacity for wet industry purposes, such capacity being required now. The lack of recommended FDS response by officers to an unchallenged set of facts is negligent and in my submission cannot be rationally explained. So that's what I have to say. I'm happy now to hand over to Mr. Heath to read out his summary and then we'll hand over to Ms. Edwards.
Thanks, James. I, like Mr. Winchester, have seen a few of these growth strategies over the years, and this would be one that I'd put at near the top of some serious concerns and failings in my view from an economic perspective. The most obvious thing is the economics don't even seem to factor in the MCA. So the consequences of these decisions haven't really had a strong economic overview. And some of the suggestions just simply cannot work economically. It would make the price of the land so expensive, no industrial activity could afford it. To service some of this land from a trade waste perspective would send it through the roof and the whole industry would be uncompetitive. And the damage that would cause would be significant, would far outweigh any of the costs. So that's just an initial starting point, but suffice to say, like Mr. Winchester, I've got serious concerns with the FDS, or the basis of it, from an economic perspective. This sector, the wheat industry, is a significant foundation sector for Hastings and the economy. Over $500 million, $560 million, is 30% of the district's industrial GDP and 71% of the manufacturing GDP. That is a clear starting point. It's not something we forget to consider. It's not something that you put forward no real solutions to. An FDS without consideration of the wheat industry, from an economic perspective, is really not worth that much. And it makes it damn difficult to make strategic decisions moving forward. A good example was the long-term shortfall for wheat industry is around about 20 hectares. That has to be factually incorrect. I've got a client who's looking for 18 hectares and has been looking for 18 hectares gross for 2 years. Again, the FDS response was there's no latent demand. Sample size 1, 18 hectares. It's factually incorrect to make those statements. They said they spoke to some of the industry. How about speaking to New Zealand's largest apple producer, largest apple exporter, and a foundation business of the region? Didn't even get spoken to see what their requirements would be to try and facilitate their growth and efficiency. Business as usual for Mr. Apple is not the answer moving forward. They will be out of business in 20 years' time if they run a business as usual approach. They need to be more efficient and more productive. With the tariffs that have been implemented around the world, that is the only solution for them to remain competitive internationally. We've got to sell apples competitively internationally. We need to look at ways in which we can facilitate them doing that. And the FDS doesn't provide any solution. That's a concern I've got.
I'm just going to, interrupt you mid-flow, Mr. Heath.
Sure.
We had Mr. Apple allocated for half an hour and we're now 22 minutes in. So just mindful that we will likely have some questions as well.
Yep.
Speed up. Thank you.
Well, I think you know the general thrust of what I'm saying. Latent demand is factually incorrect. The long-term shortfall is factually incorrect. The idea that further investigative work needs to be done is a cop-out to me. This is a problem that's been known for a decade and a half. We can't ditch HPUDs to come up with a solution in the FDS that is a non-solution. There is no answer. You're in effect handcuffing this industry to say, just hold fire for an undefined period of time while we go and do some investigation. How can they make significant capital investment decisions in their business if they don't know where they can go or what they're doing or what the strategy is for the council moving forward? I suppose fundamentally, I just simply cannot see the economic benefits to the economy or the community of what the draft FDS is proposing from an economic perspective. I think it's going to cause economic damage, not economic benefits. There could be loss of wheat industry, and there could be loss of wheat industry jobs. Remember, over 5,000 jobs are related to the wheat industry. So it could have a significant impact on the social and social health and economic well-being of the community, far-reaching. I think it's pretty much what I said earlier on. It seems to be based on a theoretical spreadsheet with very little ground truthing. And I simply don't think you have any information in the draft FDS to make sound decisions for the wheat industry moving forward. I'll leave it there because I know Ms. Edwards wants to jump on and I'll take questions.
Tēnā koe, Commissioner Sweetman. Commissioners, tēnā koutou katoa. We are running out of time, so I'm not going to go through all my speaking notes. I'm just going to pick out a few points that I think are particularly important for each of the headings I've got under there. What I want to emphasise in terms of the role of looking at what is required under the NPSUD, every district is unique and you must respond to the particular foundation issues that are unique to that particular district. You also must look at, it's not simply good enough to put aside land for growth, you've got to look at what those foundation issues, what is driving growth, and where should that growth go, and how is it going to be supported by infrastructure. Wet industry, there's no dispute that wet industry is absolutely vital to the economy in the Hawke's Bay. However, despite this critical role of wet industry in the sub-region's economy and being recognised as such in HPUDs since 2010, the original work in the draft FDS does not take a holistic approach to this or work out how this foundation issue can be managed and supported. In doing so, we have seen a failure to identify specific areas with access to existing tradeways and a failure to address the mandatory requirements of the NPSUD. Now, in response to the Mr. Apple submission and the internal engineering advice, the link has now been made in the office's report between the importance of wet industry to the Hawke's Bay economy and the link with providing the correct infrastructure to support that industry. However, the recommended response does not adequately address the issues at play. I'm now going to skip further into the second point that I'm making. So this is about the responses put in the officer's report about acknowledging that link there. To be frank, the responses are completely ineffective. There is no way that those responses are going to be able to provide for wet industry. As Mr. Heath points out, the position Mr. Apple finds itself in reflects not only built-up latent demand in the market, but a demonstrable example of insufficient land supply available in the short to medium term. The second point is the solution of relocating industrial buildings is not straightforward. Industrial buildings are tailored for specific needs, and the recommendation of officers that they're simply going to decant over time to another dry industry area, it's just a complete waste of capital. And in my view, it's just not going to give any transition, very little transition, if any, over the 30-year planning horizon. The third thing, that the idea that whakatū is considered in the future at an unspecified time simply kicks the can down the road. It is effectively an inappropriate and non-planning approach. Not only does this fail to provide sufficient development capacity to meet the demand for wet industry land now, it does not give any long-term strategic planning guidance or surety to the market. So, what are the reasons given for those responses? Initially, the FDS was quite vague on this. It wasn't explicit. We've heard through the officer's report and the market economics memorandum that the primary reasons relate to the MPS, HPL, and the tank plan change. Thinking about the tank plan change, I want to make the point. Water security is an issue for the whole region, and the tank plan change is also subject to Environment Court appeal. So while I accept water security as a relevant consideration, it is not tenable to assume that water supply constraints will not be addressed given the importance of the issue for the region. Water security should not be used as a disqualifying factor for planning for growth in all forms of urban development. What I will point out is that, as James has pointed out, is there is a potential solution in there that Mr. Apple have been in active negotiations with to do with lineage logistics and recycling the their cooling water at their site. In terms of the excuse that the land is Class 1 soils and that it's restricted under the MPS HPL, what I would say is it's permissible in the draft FDS to have an objective about protecting productive soils, but it should not be a process whereby the MPS HPL rezoning tests are applied. That's simply not the right process. This process is looking at a bigger picture, those holistic issues and our foundation issues, not about rezoning now. Is the land required? Do we have a need? And can it be serviced by infrastructure? So with that, I will close out. And I'm sorry it's been such a speedy address, but needs must. So thank you.
Thank you. We'll proceed to some questions.
Thank you. Briefly, Mr. Winchester, I think the one ember of warmth in your submission was regarding Mr. Chapman's assessment that's in Appendix 4 of the report, I think it is. But in my reading of that, he's still expressing some caution, perhaps more than you might have inferred. Is it a fair reflection he's still reflecting caution in his assessment in terms of availability of wastewater capacity and management of that capacity going forward?
Well, the available capacity is east of Otini Road, which is Whakatū. And yes, he does identify the need for that available capacity to be carefully managed and reserved for wet industry. There's no dispute about that from Mr. Apple's point of view. But in terms of the suggestion that there is other available capacity in the network, he confirms that realistically there is not. So when you are providing for wet industry, Mr. Chapman's advice, if it's to be taken at face value, which is entirely consistent with Mr. Apple's advice, is that the only place to get trade waste access is Whakatū.
So I suppose it's building on what Ms. Edwards just said then, is it that where he says, however, caution needs to be exercised in zoning additional land for wet industry where the size and nature of industries and the wastewater needs are not yet known, spare capacity still needs to be retained for existing zoned areas that could be consumed if one or more large-scale developments set up in Hastings that could result in excess land originally promulgated for wet capacity being unable to access wastewater capacity. So are you saying where his comment relates to zoning, that's a next stage of the RMA process that we're not dealing with at the moment? Is that the key matter? Because he is expressing some caution there.
Oh, and I don't take issue with that, and it's entirely natural for Mr. Chapman to temper his comments. But I think what he is saying is when a specific rezoning proposal is considered, you'll then know about volumes, you'll know about capacity, and you'll be able to deal with it expressly through that process in terms of imposing limits if they are required. That's my reading of it. Otherwise, the advice is that I think it's line 2 in the trade waste network is available and provides the capacity at least at a nominal level, depending upon what the specifics of the rezoning involve, to accommodate wet industry, and there is nowhere else.
Just one question for Ms. Edwards is we've heard a number of submitters who are quite keen that their land should be included within the FDS because of the influence they perceive that to have to future planning decisions. But my reading of what you've said to us is that the FDS, the future planning decisions stand on their own, and they look at the MPS, HPL and whatever other matters are relevant at the time, and a decision comes out on that basis, whereas we've had other people say, well, it's actually really quite cool if we get our site in the FDS because it helps. Yeah, where do you see that sort of conundrum fitting in? Because I see a patchwork of urban expansion and development through this area, which has left a patchwork of highly productive land, and that's a reasonable chunk of land with apples on it. That many submitters are saying we need to be really careful we don't send the wrong signals here. How do you respond to that?
I think the first thing is the best thing about the future development strategy is it really gives you that sort of direction that you need for that long-term growth. It's got the certainty in the market. It gives you an understanding about where things are going to grow and the decisions that can be made with it. And it's also really important because it provides that link with the long-term plan, so the planning processes that go with it. So you're going to have that infrastructure. So that part of planning for a long time has been missing, the link between zone it and they will come, how are we going to actually pay for this sort of side of it? So absolutely, that strategic vision is very, very important. But in terms of at the stage of when the zoning comes, that's when your nuts and bolts get sorted out, which is what James talked about before. So yes, it's the zoning is the critical part to it. So I think I'm hedging my bets both ways to what you are saying is, yes, it's absolutely important to be in the FDS because it sends that strategic vision and investments can be made. But at the same time, the zoning is where all those nuts and bolts get sorted out. And that's where all those things that have been raised in the officer's report for now are not really appropriate. Those discussions come later. They provide context, but the decision-making comes later.
Can I just volunteer something there?
Very quickly.
Yes. The reason why people want to be recognised in the FDS is that particularly when it deals with highly productive land, the rezoning exercise becomes far more straightforward under clause 3.6 of that MPS, because the urban rezoning is required to provide sufficient development capacity to meet demand for housing or business land. That is the answer that is being given in this exercise. So that's why you've got people pitching up saying, me too.
Is that why then caution needs to be applied at this stage?
Some caution, but you're not applying that test. It's not your job to apply that test. And there are two other factors that also need to be met, amongst a range of other RMA factors.
Just a couple of very quick questions from me. In your original submission, it states the company's intent to apply for a private plan change in late 2024. Did that occur?
A draft plan change was submitted prior to Christmas, is sitting with the council. Some feedback has been provided. It hasn't been, shall I say, activated, but I think the intention is that it will be formally lodged fairly soon.
Consultations underway.
And the final question is really about what land extent is sought to be shown in terms of the Mr. Apple site, because certainly looking at this, it's upside down, and from the submission itself, it excludes particular bits of land that are obviously and not in Mr. Apple ownership, but it would seem to me to be quite incongruous for a future development area to have such nuanced, fine-grained exclusion of areas in it. So I would like confirmation of what exactly is sought to be identified.
So it's the full 33 hectares that is owned by Mr. Apple, that is in there. Within there you've got there's some residential houses and a school that border the site.
Do you want to add to that, Mr. Winchester?
Well, that's what's sought, Madam Chair, as to if the question is why the area's been excluded, well, they're not under Mr. Apple's control, and one is a school. So, and the school site is the one, if you are moving along State Highway 51, it is the second incursion into that red area, as it were. So the prospect of industrial zoning over kura is possibly a step too far, as it hasn't been part of Mr. Apple's plan.
Thank you. We have gone over time with this submission, so no further questions from here, but I am sure the council officers have been listening intently and will be on notice to respond to the issues that have been raised.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your time, and we too hope that the officers have been listening, and we look forward to seeing what they come up with. So I appreciate your time, and good luck with the rest of your exercise.
Thank you. Now, I will just double check that in the room we don't have Mira Kirikino or Miriam Parker. No, they're not. So on that note, that concludes hearing of submissions on the future development strategy. We have Petra here to close us shortly.
Excuse me, is there no public submission at this meeting?
No, there's not, I'm sorry.
Feel their views on this thing. What do we do? I've come here because I want to express, voice my concerns over everything, and it's just been like ignored. So how do we put out the
Did you make a submission, sir?
Well, I was understanding this was the place that we're going to make this.
With the council, if you'd like to talk to a council officer after this.
No, I want to talk to you people. I want to talk to them, but then they just walked out.
Sorry, sir, there's
We
no...
are affected, we're in Waka too, we are seriously affected by what's going on here. And it's just suits talking to each other. So when do we get our say?
Sorry, sir, we don't have a public speaking situation here.
Well, when's it going to happen? When is the public speaking going to happen?
I'm likely there will be an opportunity to talk to the councils when they consider our... Sir, I'm sorry, we're not going to hear from you.
Is it not fair? You're not taking in our side of the situation. How can you make a decision when you are not engaging the community? Surely the decision is null and void if you haven't consulted the community over it. Where's the community consultation going to happen on this?
One of the council officers will respond.
Yeah. So this process was around the FDS, and it's about broad.
You have to speak up because I'm...
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Yeah, I understand. Look, this process with the FDS is quite a high-level process and sets broad directions. Mr. Apple's proposed, anything that happens out of this process that has to go through a rezoning process is a full publicly notified process with rights of submission and speaking rights. So before anything can happen on that site, irrespective of what happens here, there will be a right and an ability for anybody that wishes to, that has an interest, to make a submission and be heard. So this is not the last opportunity.
So what was all this about? Was this just about the rezoning?
Well, this is about whether the 30-year plan includes provision for some industry in this general location, and they're identifying their land to be that land. Yeah. And then they'll go through another process
irrespective, actually. I've got the impression they're going to go through a rezoning anyway, no matter what the panel decides.
So what about the objections to the rezoning?
Yes, so that would be, the rezoning process comes later, and there will be a public process for that and the rights of submission and appeal. In fact, if you live very close to it, almost certainly you'll get a public notification in your letterbox to say this has been available now for submission. That's what, that part of the process doesn't happen with this level of process. So that's why you weren't notified directly.
So it's basically Mr. Apple making an application?
It's not, it's actually even before that. It's one step back from that. Does that help?
That helps a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Clues, for doing that. Now, I will just like to say thank you to everyone for their involvement with the hearings over the last 3 days. Thank you to the staff for their report and for listening through to the submissions. And thank you to the submitters for making themselves available and talking to us over the last 3 days as well. And of course, thank you to my colleagues on the panel. So I'll now hand over to close us. Thank you.
Tēnā tātou. Kia whakairi a ke te tapu me te mauri o a tātou mahi, me a tātou kōrero ki ngā pakitara o tēnei whare ki konei rea kia i a tai hoake ka tikina māno kia mau ki aita tūturu whakamaua kia tīna, haunge, huie, tai kie.